you still awake? I am. Unfortunately, I should be asleep. I need to get at least 4 hours. And I also need to get up and get the trash after the curb before morning. So I've got a complicated trash thing to deal with. So Jesus, what am I doing still up? Well, sometimes you can't necessarily predict how awake you're gonna feel at 2:30 in the morning. I've taken measures to make myself sleepy, but they have not worked. So I'm still up. I think it probably won't be a super long live stream. Um, Part of the reason why I'm still up is I've got so much things in my head to think about. It's like, like the challenging issue of Corey, like not having the advantages that Rachel and I have of understanding cognitive functions, which make things very clear, right? Like he's using his intuition and and assuming that it's the best way to deal with every matter of thing. He doesn't seem to quite understand that my specialty is thinking, and I'm also very intuitive. It's just a different kind of intuition than it is. And I'll never be able to beat him in his specialty area, in a field upon which it's customized to reward NI, FE, you know. And he's never going to beat me out of my field. My specialty is correctness. I go about it in the brute force fashion. I don't just intuit things are true. I establish them without any doubt. And I make completely defensible cases as to why my position is correct. Rory doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand cognitive functions. He doesn't get that what I mean when I'm saying you're just projecting your frame of reference. And that's why it's the meta frame. It's like everybody I encounter is wrong for the same reason, even Corey, right? They're wrong because they don't understand cognitive functions, and therefore, how can they possibly be right? It is the meta frame. Of course, understandably, he's going to evaluate the situation with his half-asseries. Like he's intuiting things about the unfortunate admissions I have to make about what the implications of what I'm saying are, right? Which is, yeah, you can't really trust anybody else to talk about this, as far as I can tell, because they don't seem to quite get it right. Varying degrees of wrongness, it doesn't matter. It needs to be exactly right. This isn't like a kind of thing where there's error forgiveness. I mean, this is the biggest challenge I have in life, and it's great to see it play out with my best friend Corey, who is exactly the same as everybody else who first comes to talking to those people. They think they know what they're talking about, and they have no idea what they're talking about. So, The thing is, most people never learn. This is why my position is Rachel is definitely the smartest of the three of us. Corey, me, and Rachel. Corey doesn't yet understand how smart Rachel is because she's more intuitive than him in a lot of ways. Uh, but he's the smartest because he's right about himself, but he's wrong about me. That's to be expected. Being right about things isn't his specialty. I'm right about him and I'm right about me. But that's to be expected. That's my specialty. Rachel's right about him. I'm right about me. And that's not her specialty. So that makes her the smartest one of us all. And people do not understand how sneakily brilliant Rachel is. Because in some ways she's kind of dumb, right? Like you might say like, oh, that's kind of a dumb thing to say or whatever. You don't understand what's going on there. I mean, like, she's not always the most brilliant person in the world, right? Like sometimes she does ask a question, I go, I laugh at it, I think it's a dumb question or whatever. I mean, if it's an honest question, it's a perfectly acceptable question. But sometimes I can't help but laugh, like, how did you think that was that? But the thing is, that's all service level shit, right? Rachel knows what's going on deeper and longer than anybody. Definitely more than me. But well, obviously more than Corey too. Right, you can't blame Corey for his non-optimal manifestation in the moment. It's like sometimes shit just shoves realities down your throat like an unfunded mandate from the feds. And when you're battling against the Justice Department, you don't have time for being rigorous in your epistemological protocols. And you can't expect anybody to use even their highly attuned specialties well and correctly if the environment is not conducive to their being. So, like, well, I just need to remember that there's so many particulars here that make this reunion a lot more challenging for him than me. So, are there anybody in here? I can't hardly see anything. It doesn't matter if there's anybody here, of course. I need to talk things out so I can understand whatever. Or he just send me a link to something he wants me to look at or read or whatever. In the past, I never had any good explanation for this, but now I have a perfect explanation for it. Look, Corey, the way I get to be correct is not the same way that you try to be correct, right? It's like I I don't need to watch more videos or read more stuff or whatever because I'm an action type. I'm doing the ideation myself. When I run into a wall, that's when I research. In other words, I research as needed appropriately, not as just broadly to gather observations about what people are saying and then just intuit whether it's correct or not. That's fine. I mean, like nothing wrong with NI. It's an excellent way to bypass the rigorous work of being correct and still end up being right, you know? But it's not reliable like this, you know? And it's like, I think probably like all INFJs, he wants to evaluate things holistically that need to be evaluated as part of processes. Like, you know, the system or whatever. There is no this system. You may not like the way things are going currently, but advocates need to either advocate something or acknowledge they're not advocating anything. Not simply gesture at general complaints, affirm them as true, and then think you've done something. But whatever. It's not like I'm irritated at it even. I just have to talk it out. You know, I just gotta talk it out like I gotta talk everything out. I don't feel like I've processed something until I've heard myself say it. And in this instance, I'm just trying to figure out how to navigate a challenging hurdle here. Because the reality is, if he were using his intuition well, he'd be using it on not just a couple of things I'm saying that to trigger his red flags, he'd be using it on me. And realize that Eric seems pretty convinced of this. So, if in fact he is wrong, then he's either deluded or stupid. But Corey should be intuitive enough to know this. If he thinks I'm either deluded or stupid, he's either deluded or stupid. So, you know, it's like I've not expressed this level of certainty about anything before for good reason. Nothing has earned it. I do things the right way in terms of establishing correctness for things. So I acknowledge that it's unfortunate and unlikely that I happen to be the guy who figured all this shit out or whatever. But, you know, no good happens from denying reality because it's not socially pleasing to people. It's just the truth. It's never a good idea to use something other than the truth to accomplish things. If you're using language to accomplish things, the truth is always the best weapon. And you know, the thing is, it's maximally effective as the best weapon when it's the kind of truth that can be deconstructed, deliberated, established, argued correctly or incorrectly, etc. Well, that's exactly what I'm dealing with, is that kind of thing, right? So, Of course, there's a bit of a catch-22 here. To unlock the next level of Corey, I'm going to have to get him past the first barrier, which is he does not want to accept the possibility that I might be right about all this shit. And that's going to be a big hurdle. He's not even open to the possibility at all right now. Which, you know, if I didn't understand things so well, I'd be more offended by. Nevertheless, it's a bit of a conundrum because it's like he's he's had only his own intuition to rely on to guide him for a long time now. You know, prior to that, he had my genius, but he never really valued it very much. It was fine to not value it when I didn't have the meta frame because my explanations were always only better than the alternative and never actually complete and correct. But now that I do have the meta frame, I got to figure out how to eh, allow my understanding to unlock his next level, And of course, he's not going to be okay with that, understanding things at all, because he rejects the very notion that I could have any possibility of unlocking the next level on him. So there's a little bit of like, well, I don't know. The thing is, I'm much more well positioned here because obviously I've done all this work. I know what I'm talking about. But for people who don't understand how their cognitive strengths also include corresponding deficits and how their cognitive strengths are optimized for certain kinds of things in life and not for others, fail to fail to give due credit to the people who are paying attention in ways that aren't theirs to things that they don't think are important or whatever. So, like I said, it's a catch-22. And so he accepts the possibility he might just be projecting a frame bias, which predicates on him allowing for the possibility that this explanation ought to be determinant on the matter. It's going to be a tough hill to climb. Unfortunately, I don't really care if he ends up agreeing with me or not. It doesn't matter. Like I said, what I'm hopeful to do is empower him with the truth. But there's all this complicated, like, you know, I don't have anything to learn from you, Aaron. This shit going on. So, the thing is, I'm just hopeful for the best outcome. I'm not worried about that shit. It's like Corey needs to spend a little bit more time around me, and he'll start to pick up on the fact that he doesn't understand me nearly as well as he thinks he does. But that's the unfortunate thing about the myriad alternatives to the right frame of reference is it unavoidably, inevitably leads to this kind of shit. Where it's like, oh god, where do I start? You know? I just feel so blessed because I just remind myself when I get frustrated, like, why do I fucking care? I don't need to worry about this shit. Fuck these people. They don't want to listen to me, even though I'm right. They refuse to actually evaluate what I'm saying or respond to it, when instead address irrelevancies. Fuck these people. I don't give a fuck. Okay, you've established finally, with no doubt whatsoever, that the world is full of morons. Well, unfortunately, you're isolated away from them here in beautiful Mariposa. You don't have to worry about the idiots of the world. They can keep on being idiots. And it won't bother you at all. The only problem I have is I feel like I have a positive moral obligation to. I mean, here I am holding the explanation for everything. I've got like 4 people listening to this. My own best friend comes in and dismisses me out of hand with his half-assed intuition rather than listening to what I'm saying and parsing it correctly because he thinks his cognitive function is the best one for everything because he doesn't know anything about cognitive functions. Did you see what a curse it is for me to be me? It's like when I explain to people, no, that's not how you affirm something. You have burdens if you're affirming, obviously, because of man, and your burdens if you're gay, they're different because of man. People don't really dispute that. They just go like, well, I don't want to argue like that. Or they don't say I'm wrong, you know, because there's other experts in the field besides me that they can verify that I'm right about it, you know. But with cognitive functions, because people can't use their stupid ass half-assed bullshit ways of finding out something's correct, all those bullshit half-assed ways will lead to the wrong conclusion every time about what I'm saying. Only the correct way of actually evaluating what I'm saying on its merits, line by line, is going to possibly produce the right answer. Of course, almost nobody in the entire world is capable of doing that. Do you see what a fucking clusterfuck of a bind I'm in? I have some kind of obligation to allow what I understand and correctly to be the single most important revolutionary truth that humanity's ever needed to hear and adopt as a paradigm. And of course, because I understand it so well, I also understand how doomed it is to fail, right? Because nobody's equipped to understand it. Oh, what a buttload of buttfuckery I've gotten myself into here. I didn't ask for any of this. I didn't ask to be the only right guy about cognitive functions. I didn't want this. It's just torture. It's like it's like the lead character in Idiocracy. That guy who's not very smart himself, but everybody else is so stupid he doesn't even know what to do with anything. He's like, give the plants water. What a fucking nightmare. And of course, it's not because I'm smarter than everybody else. It's because I'm the only smart person with the correct frame. and, and nobody can seem to accept that that might not be because of any bigger brilliance on my part, just I happen to have the correct tools and the patience to fucking brute force it through. It took me a long ass time to get it right, you know. Right. I can't possibly say you are smart. Everybody else, I'm not smarter than everybody else. Right place, right time, right set of skills, right particulars and stuff like that. And it's not a claim I want to make because it's the thing that everybody wants to respond to, even though it's just the necessary implication of what I'm saying, not not irrelevant to it at all. Can you see how frustrating that must be for me? Can you anybody understand how frustrating this must be for me? No, because in order to understand that, they have to. The only person who understands is Rachel. He's the only one smart enough to know that I'm right, even though being correct is not her specialty. And to know what it means to say that I'm right, which is I'm exclusively correct, and that eliminates other explanations that do not conform to what I'm saying. And we can nix them entirely as partially right or totally wrong or whatever, but always misleading because they're fundamentally misguided through the wrong frame of reference. You can't explain things correctly through the wrong frame of reference. You know, it's like I know I struggled at it for fucking 40 years, 45 years until I had on Jungian cognitive function and was like, wait a second. There was an explanation after all? And it was already here and Jung made it up a long time ago? How could that possibly be? And you, the collective unconscious guy, that woohoo nut job? How could that possibly be? I mean, I get it. It begs all credulity, right? But that's what it is. And unfortunately, I seem to be constitutionally unable to not tell the truth about things. I'm not going to pad the truth in the language that makes it more palatable to you. I'm doing you a service by giving you the truth. You're being stupid by refusing to hear it and learn from it. That's just how it is. I don't want it to be that way. It's not like I chose to make it that way. It just happens as a natural consequence of engaging in a process of rightness correctly for decades, and then incidentally encountering the answer, having already developed all the processes to determine whether any given case deserved any credulity or not, any credit or not. Of course, there's only one kind of attentional manner that's adequate for determining that, and that's TI with intuition, right? Preferably NE because you need to parse out all the possibilities. You got to brute force it to be certain. You can't just intuit shit. So, anyway. As above, so below. You know, it's like as the world brings to me, is reflect the same thing in court. I just get the same thing in court that I get home. Everybody who comes in here They think they know things. They know so little that they think they know more than me. They think they can defeat me with a different specialty at my specialty, even though I'm an outlier even within fellow specialists at my specialty because of a bunch of particularist factors. It's insane, right? They're crazy. But to recognize how insane and crazy they're being, they have to understand attentional manners, which they won't because they're too insane and crazy because they don't understand attentional manners. So, I don't know what to do about it. I think I'm just going to say, listen, Easter Bunny, this year, instead of bringing eggs, you bring cognitive function lessons to everybody. Make sure each of the lessons is approved by me and me only first. So it's like, what are you going to do? I have no choice but to accurately inform people of these self-aggrandizing truths that I don't want to state because they're self-aggrandizing, and I get that people are going to react badly to them. But if I were willing to lie like that, then I wouldn't be correct in the first place. Right? So, it's like, how much more devil-bound could I possibly be? So it's one of the biggest problems that we have that's not related to cognitive functions is that people do not understand what it means to affirm something or negate something. It's a continual frustration for me. If you're affirming something, you have certain burdens to meet, right? You got your prima facie burdens and then your burdens for affirmation. Like, prima facie burdens are things like topicality, right? If you're saying something irrelevant to the topic, then you've not met any prima facie burdens to be topical. Burdens to affirm include things like establishing and sustaining arguments against rebuttal, and or winning an impact calculus on comparable units, something like that. Advocating that we should all believe that the system is broken and needs to be torn down, that's not advocacy. That's called whining. That's just whining. The thing is, the Dunning-Kruger I encounter continually is I must be the most victimized person of Dunning-Kruger ever. Because my specialty is something that people don't think of as a specialty. Being correct. They think everybody's equally empowered to be correct. Nothing could be further from the truth. How deep can this quagmire go, right? Do you see how many double binds I'm in? It's impossible. Fortunately, I do not care. And I'll tell you why. I went to bed, lie down with Rachel. I just like, well, she's like, I don't know where my headphones are. Well, do you know where your husband's dick is? Yeah. And my wonderful wife, engaged me for a while. I said, that's enough for now. I'm done with you. I'm going to finish you up tomorrow. little lady. What do I give a fuck about these things? I don't care, right? I don't need to care. I can care. I probably should care, but I don't have to care. I've got a wonderful life. So, if idiots want to persist in their idiocy, as long as they don't come to Mariposa County, go ahead, motherfuckers. You go ahead and be wrong, as wrong as you want. And you just lie in the bed you made yourself with your wrongness. Nothing ever good happens from predicating decisions on wrongness. Corey and most of the rest of the world seem to think I need to be taken down a notch. In reality, Corey and the rest of the world need to be taken down a notch. I'm the one saying I'm killing it in my specialty and will never be as good as you at your specialty. That's not being needed to be taken down a notch. That's recognizing where your expertise is and staying in your lane. And other parties who presume that even though their expertise is in some totally different area, they can better be an expert at my expertise than I can be, even though I'm naturally configured to be an expert at it and particularly empowered by a succession of specific events that made it possible for me to be unusually empowered in these fashions, you know? And they'll continue to think that because that's the reality in a pre-paradigm, in a pre-attentional manner paradigm, right? Is that in that pre-attentional manner paradigm, everybody's just projecting their frame biases all the time. Universalizing their attentional stack as the right attentional stack, and everybody else that deviates from it as some manner of wrongness. The only thing that's wrong is their explanations, which are all wrong because they're not mine, which is the only right one. I could explain why it's the only right one, but the thing is, nobody seems to want to listen to that part. That's the problem. That part's hard. That part requires some explaining. That part requires people to think and parse along with me the whole time. That part requires people to fucking float around, for God's sake. When Corey wanted me to watch this video, I was assuming it was advocating what he was advocating. I fucking floated the thing. It was just information. His conclusions that he intuited about his advocacy were drawn from information that was just facts about things. And he hadn't done any of the right processes to determine whether he should have that information. First of all, don't affirm something until you're ready to affirm it, right? Like, affirming requires a lot of preparation because you got to make sure your case is watertight and anticipate every possible attack it's going to face and have pre-ready the rebuttals for those things. I mean, that's what's required to affirm something. Affirming means I recommend a change in the status quo. And appropriately, we should be very skeptical of anybody making that statement. In the absence of them meeting their burden to affirm, we should always negate. It's never a good idea to do something to change the status quo unless we've established first that it's legitimate, and second that it's advisable, you know? And I tell you what's never advisable: whining and pretending that it's an advocacy. Advocacies require a plan of some sort, or at least a clearly stated resolution that you affirm as true. But if you're going to do any intellectual work that actually accomplishes anything, you're going to need to allow your terms you use to be operationalized. That means defined in ways that limit how you can use them and how other people can use them, and allow other people to use them as you're saying they should be used to test the things you're saying you should test with those words, you know? So, but nobody understands this. Nobody understands me. Except Rachel. She understands most of it. I know she understands because she asks questions when I say something wrong. And she doesn't when I say things that are correct. Occasionally, I'll make a misstatement. So, like, yeah, then I'm like, no, you're right, you're right. My bad. I shouldn't have said that. That's the wrong way of saying it. Anyway, obviously I can't read the chat right now because I don't have my glasses. I'm out here in the garage. Like, this is not inconsistent. This is inconsistent with my plans for the evening entirely. I should be asleep right now in bed, as I plan to. Maybe taking the 2 hits of acid made me stay up more than I wanted it to. I figured Abercrombie should knock that out unless you go to sleep, you know. No. No sign of sleepiness. Okay, well, why don't you do a bump of ketamine then or something? Maybe that'll help me sleep. Nope. I'm just spinning around in my head about all these things I gotta say, you know. They're ridiculous. But regardless, as I said to Rachel, my top priority is I like to have fun, but I don't want to ever be reckless. Because I used to be reckless, but I didn't really have anything to lose, you know. Now I've got everything to lose. That tends to make one a lot more cautious. And this inherent balancing between the welcome chaos of Corey and the appropriate orderliness of Rachel and me. Because Rachel and I have become much more orderly than we used to be. It's easy to be orderly when things are set up right, you know? Like when the house is set up to be ordered correctly and to disallow you from ordering things incorrectly. This house is brilliant like that. It doesn't give you any place to put things on walls or other unnecessary clutter. There's not shelves to just hold objects for no reason. You know, it's brilliant. All the problems I have with this house is when I was trying to fight against its naturally occurring superiority to me. Like, the cat tore out the weather stripping from the door before I realized, Doy, moron, crack that door. This door is closed with the cat door in it. This prevents the normal problem with cat door of animals coming in because there's no food in here. and they can't smell any food over there because the food's way over there, you know? These people had already solved this problem, right? They solved this problem completely. I just had to realize, no, they put the solution right in front of your face, Eric. You just have to intuit that you're doing this stupidly. It might take me months to get around to intuiting that, you know? Uh, This is not my specialty at all. I don't like do things a dumb way. It causes the cats to tear up all the weather stripping on one of the doors. It scratched the fuck out of its front door. When all I need to do is crack that door the whole time. How sad is that? Is that Corey? I can't read your shit right now, dude. I don't have my glasses on. He's not watching me, of course. He's finding things he thinks I should read or watch. Because he's projecting his frame of reference as an observing knower onto me. I'm not an observing knower. I research a different way than he does, you know? I don't read a bunch of random shit and make decisions after I've read a bunch of random shit holistically about things. I pin things down in a narrow piece of ground so that we can dispatch of them or make determinations that are final about the things, you know? So as a consequence, I don't need to do. First of all, I have done more broad reading in all scholarly literatures than anybody else in the world ever is going to do because of my decades of being a debate coach and being a very active and successful and good one, which means I cut so many cards I couldn't remember. Like until Corey showed me that video and it recounted all the specifics of the Marburg versus Madison case. It wasn't like at the end of the video. I remember we ran cards on this case before, so it's like I didn't remember the specifics. It was a long time ago that we ran that, but um, John Marshall was so brilliant. I mean, and like Corey's looking for a bad guy in the three branches of government based on their behavior during the initial initiation of the United States, in which everything that every branch was doing was setting precedent, and and cherry picking the fact that the Supreme Court did that too to conclude that they did this heinous, unjustified power grab without even being able to articulate any of the harms of judicial review, nor articulate any preferable alternative to it. That's what you call not an advocacy. That's just complaining, whining about the Supreme Court without good justification. Yeah, things were all squirrely and weird at the beginning of the country, and the way that they engaged in info wars against each other was reprehensible, and a bunch of other things. But none of those things are remotely relevant to the question of whether judicial review of laws on grounds of constitutionality is a good thing. After all, the courts were already empowered with decision making, decision writing. They were tasked with writing decisions about things. The correct words to say about the Congress's passage of this law that afforded the Supreme Court this additional power, precisely so they would have to hear this case, that comprised an unconstitutional attempt to bypass amending the Constitution by just passing a regular law that did that. Well, the correct interpretation of that was wildly unconstitutional. So you task them with writing a decision, and you say that if they tell the truth about it, they're making an unprecedented and unacceptable power grab. Like I said, the one thing the guy in the video got wrong, mostly he's a bunch of facts, right? One thing he got wrong is that John Marshall made this up somehow. No, it was a necessary, unavoidable consequence of the circumstance. They needed to render a decision, one way or another. If they were going to tell the truth about things, they were going to have to comment on the constitutionality of something. So, it's like, that's not him making it up, it's him instantiating it for the first time, thereby causing existentiality. How do we establish existentiality? By establishing that there's one or more instances of something. Once he created an instance of something, it existed. That doesn't mean he just made it up. The instance of it occurred naturally, unavoidably, from the set of circumstances and the task the court was tasked with doing. And that's a critically important distinction. This is why, like, that guy who made that video, that he said nothing else wrong in the whole video, I have very little hope for him. Very little hope. Because if you don't get that he didn't make up a power and give it to the Supreme Court, but that the circumstances necessarily required him to the court to either lie about the constitutionality of what Congress had done on something, ignore it in a decision which was totally irrelevant, and any of these things would have set some kind of precedent, right? And in fact, the judicial branch hadn't taken judicial review, the country would have fallen apart. Because we need that third check and balance, right? And the courts do have equal power to the executive and congressional branches. Unlike what Corey's saying, it's not the case that they have way too much power. And the reason is because you have to evaluate their power in terms of how it's used. It's only ever used to prevent more lawmaking from taking effect. That's good, okay? We want the federal government to actually be restricted to its enumerated powers. The courts may not do a great job of doing that, but they're the only ones doing any job of doing that. And, the only way they can effectively do that is through judicial review. We have an example of when a president ignored the Supreme Court. In other words, the president doesn't have to obey the Supreme Court. He could be like Andrew Jackson and say, well, Supreme Court, why don't you gather up your army and stop me? Now, is that a preferable world? Is the Trail of Tears a preferable world to a sane civil society where the most deliberative bodies, the judiciary, the most determinant say on matters that need that kind of deliberation? It's ridiculous. Like, advocate real things. Don't waste my time with silly pretend advocacy. Corey sees me as dismissive. I am dismissive of stuff like that because it should be dismissed. He's not being strict enough with himself if he doesn't think that should be dismissed. problem is, no individual person wants to concede that some other individual person is better able to make decisions about what they should believe than they are, right? And since people are not interested in being correct, but instead in affirming their beliefs, well, we're all fucked. I mean, I'm not, but the rest of the world's fucked. And frankly, I can't think of a more richly deserving population. But Eric, your smugness and self-certainty are off-putting. I mean, there's no way for me to tell the truth that I'm not going to get that critique. You know, it's like I'm not good enough at shaping the truth to be more palatable while still being the truth in order to manage that thing. I'm never going to be able to avoid the almost 100% immediately rejection of me on these heuristic grounds because anybody using intuition is correct to intuit that somebody saying that they're exclusively right about those things must be delusional or wrong. That's why we shouldn't use intuition to evaluate this particular instance of it because this is different than other instances, you know? And it meets the extraordinarily high criteria that should be met in order to be substantiated by smart people. But they have to be very smart people, apparently. I don't think it's that hard, but that may be my Dunning-Kruger, you know, in the other direction, but I don't know. Like, I found the Rosetta Stone, everybody, where you can translate hieroglyphics into Greek, and now we can read Egyptian. Fantastic. Everyone's like, those aren't hieroglyphics. That's Sumerian script, even though they're clearly hieroglyphics. And then a bunch of other people being like, we can't translate it into Greek. Nobody knows how to speak Greek. It's obviously counterfactual. And they're like, but I've got this Rosetta Stone to explain this whole thing. Oh, right. Yeah, you have the Rosetta Stone that explains the whole thing. Listen to this black chap over here thinking he knows what hieroglyphics are and Greek is and shit. This is what I'm experiencing continually. I, but you know what? Who gives a fuck? In the morning, I'm going to take the trash up to the road, come back in, take a shower, fuck my beautiful young wife, take Corey off, have a wonderful day. We're gonna watch Naked and Afraid Last One Standing. We're gonna register in that government website tomorrow. The Michelle Shock thing. It's gonna be a good day. Get everything cleaned up from Corey's visit. Nice and orderly like we like it. And it's gonna be a wonderful day. And well, I wanna help the thronging morons with by giving them the Rosetta Stone. Okay. I'm not saying you gotta let me use the Rosetta Stone. You use it yourself. It's fine. You don't have to take my word for it. Just acknowledge that, understand that this is hieroglyphics and this is Greek and this empowers us to do mya and go with it, you know? But nobody understands hieroglyphics. Nobody understands Greek. Nobody understands the idea of translating between the two because in order to get that this is the Rosetta Stone, you have to already understand it. It's a real catch-22. Well, that's not going to convince anyone. It's probably more likely to convince people than good arguments, actually. Ridiculously. That's why you can't worry about convincing people, right? You just got to worry about making the correct arguments, being correct, and just knowing that some people out there who are actually paying up attention. Occasionally, you might encounter one or two people who both have sufficient thinking and intuition to understand what you're saying and have their minds blown by its powerful truth. Remember, it's not my truth. It is Carl Jung's idea. That part, right? I know. It's very unlikely that that guy could have come up with the answer to everything. I also, prior to determining that it was, would have said, why would you bother reading anything by Carl Jung? He obviously isn't thinking well. He's making intuitive leaps that he cannot possibly justify, like this collective unconscious notion, etc. Right? I just said that guy is not a good thinker, not good enough to bother reading. Obviously, he doesn't know how to substantiate and establish things. And he doesn't understand where and when it's necessary to do so, which is more important, really, because if you can understand that, then that means you're understanding, okay, I have a deficit here where I'd be well served to recognize and benefit from other people's strengths. Because when you learn about cognitive functions, you're much more comfortable with your own deficits. Like, I am joyfully enjoying every benefit of Cameron's superior to E. Prior to cognitive functions, I would have had emotional stuff involved with that too, like, hey, you're showing me up as a man or something. Because I would have had some other wrong frame instead of cognitive functions to explain what was going on. Now I understand I don't like TE. I expect myself to be good at it, and I beat myself up when I'm not, and I countervalue it. And it's because it's my sixth law function, which is to say, it's the natural implication of being NETI. And I understand exactly why it's a natural implication and what that natural implication is in full, right? I also understand what it means to say you understand something, which apparently very few people do. But you know what, Eric? Maybe you are just whining because you're complaining without presenting a solution. Yeah, I am just whining. But see, I know when I'm whining. And that's the difference between me and other people. They can't tell the difference between when they're whining and not whining. I can't. It's not like I necessarily whine less than they do, but I'm correct about what I'm doing. Anyway, obviously, encountering yet another example of internet Dunning-Kruger in my best friend and person I respect so much is a little bit traumatic for me, perhaps. Or it shouldn't be traumatic at all. I should 100% have expected it. I know enough, I have plenty of experience to recognize that even Corey can't get past the wrong frame of reference. It's like, I don't care how good his intuition is, if he's intuiting from the wrong frame, he's not going to be right. Even if he's right, if you take from that rightness anything about the frame and the capacity to generalize that, ooh, you're doomed, right? Because that's not what that implies. So, in summation, Corey and everybody else in the world think I need to be taken down a notch. Okay, I will concede. I need to be taken down a notch. Unfortunately, until somebody successfully does, it's hard for me to go downward in the notches. Right? It's like, and nobody even comes close. It's not like I'm periodically pushed to a sweat by anybody's critiques, questions, anything. There's not even anybody who's equipped to debate the subject with me. They need to take a class from me first. This is a horrible, 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 horrible situation to be in. And Corey thinks I just want people to think I'm smart or something. I do want people to think I'm smart, but that does not inform you at all about what this current situation is. I am not I'm not saying these things because I'm trying to control your perceptions of me. I've given up on that long ago. I know that I am bad at that, right? I make people mad. I make people hate me. I do this all the time. I have no choice but to give up on that a long time ago. It's not because it's a good thing. Like, I don't want people to hate me and be mad at me and stuff. But I cannot seem to tell the truth without that happening. And I'm not going to sacrifice the truth, so, No, I'm not just going to shut up because it's just not me. No, I'm not just going to shut up because nobody's listening to me. I'm just going to continue to rant about it indefinitely. you know? And sometimes people will be here and they'll listen to me rant, and then they'll just start having conversations among themselves. Meanwhile, the Rosetta Stone is over there serving as a platter for goat hay. What an absurd ridiculousness I ever found myself in. It's magically beautiful beyond all reckoning. Like, okay, this is definitely scripted, blah, 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 blah. Because, like, this character has to be written. There's no possible way that in a naturally occurring universe, could this reality be happening. It's just statistically too unlikely. So I don't know. It's like, I believe what I believe for good reasons, namely, mostly in summation, because I'm right. And again, establishing why is a very complex process, but it is the brute force correct way to do that. And if you do it all, you will be correct. It's not the shortcut intuitive way, but it guarantees you being correct. So it's like, I know I'm saying it's true. It is true. I can establish that it's true. But nobody will listen to me. It's like nobody wants to hear what I'm saying at all. Right? They don't want to learn this revolutionary truth. They're like, no, we don't have them anymore. We don't have any more revolutionary truths. No, Eric, no, stop it. Those ended a long time ago. That's like the days of Jesus and stuff. We had revolutionary truths, okay? Maybe the civil rights movement. Like, we're past that now. You stop trying to say that there's any revolutionary truth. And most of all, no matter what, don't say that you have it. Okay, well, okay, I guess. Okay, then I guess I just won't. I don't know. It's like God and just God just thought this would be funny. This is the only explanation I could possibly have. And I agree with him. It is very funny. A little bit frustrating, maybe, but undeniably hilarious. Uh, this has been therapeutic. uh, the thing is, there's a simple reality here that people should calculate. It's not determine another question or anything, but is very informative about it. Do you believe I'm speaking the truth when I say I believe these things? Right? If you think I'm lying about that I don't really believe these things, then okay, get out of line. Let me deal with serious people here. I've been preaching this shit, the same verbiage, variations on it for years. So if you don't believe I actually believe this, then you're not a serious negator. You don't belong in line. Okay. Next. You believe that I believe it, but I'm wrong. Okay. So I'm either wrong because I'm deluded in some fashion, or because I'm not good enough to determine what's correct. I'm not good enough at determining what's correct to determine what's correct here. if you know anything about me, you know full well I am not deluded. Nothing mentally ill about me. What I'm saying, if you listen to it and parse it, makes sense. And then second, if you think that I'm not good enough at telling what's correct to determine that this is, well, you don't know me very well. Because once I have cognitive at my disposal, I'm not subject to the same handicap that other good thinkers are. Namely, they don't have the right frame. It gives me an insurmountable advantage, except the problem is, before I can, but people don't, it's like people come in with such inadequate knowledge or understanding of this whole thing that I can't even begin to use that advantage to win any arguments because it's too far ahead of the curve. So that's the actual reality I'm facing. Feel free to conclude that I'm deluded or not smart enough to realize I'm wrong. Conclude those things if you wish, but you would not be doing so as a means of determining the best conclusion from the available data. It's not like I spare anything. I'm always this way about everything, right? It's like, if it doesn't meet my criteria for affirming, we default to negate. And the criteria for affirming are myriad. For something to qualify as legitimate in my eyes, there's no other quality tester you could ever ask for who will be more thorough at determining every single thing about a thing than me if I'm spending years thinking about it and talking about it. It's like you couldn't have a more disinterested party with a better skill set to evaluate the correctness of something, devote any more of their time to evaluating it. Well, I mean, of course I'm right. It's my specialty to be right. I be right correctly. That is, I execute a process of rightness, and I've been doing it for years, to the exclusion of other things like making people like me or be popular or any of those other things, right? So there's some heuristics for you. There's some wrong reasons to think I'm right. Okay? Those aren't good reasons to think I'm right, but you're not going to use the good reasons to think I'm right to think I'm right. So use those ones if you want. Regardless, by it, intuition, faith, or whatever way, come to know that I am right, and you will benefit. As we all necessarily benefit when we're trying to get somewhere, we have the right map rather than the wrong map. But, you know, life's a bitch and then you die. What are you gonna do? Whine about it somewhere? Yeah, apparently. Apparently that's what tonight's lecture is. Listen to Eric whine about things in the garage. Well, yeah. We all have our outlets, I suppose. This is mine. And I'm sorry I can't read anything you're saying because I don't have my glasses out here. And it's like I'm trying to be as normal appearing as possible. And being in the garage is a little bit of a compromise for me because I know I'm in the house. The house is really soundproof, but voices carry weird out here. It's crazy sometimes that you can hear people like they're right next to you and they're actually way far away. Um, so I'm trying to just be normal, appear normal to my neighbors and stuff. I don't want to be seen as some kind of like trashy drug guy. And I don't want to be that at all either. Um, well, that's where managing and balancing things is very important. I'm more empowered to do so now than I've ever been in my life, but I'm not as empowered as I will be the longer I am here. Here empowers me. That astrology app was fucking right on the money. Now the point is, it wasn't right on the money because of why it said it was. That had to be just random chance. Or again, God laughing at me. I don't know what to say about that. But, here I can optimize. Maybe I can become better at inviting people to improve their maps. It's super hard though because, it's like you're never going to get through the ESTJs that this singular NI thing, to the exclusion of other explanations, that's the important clause there, right? Is determinate. It's their blind spot. They'll always come up with more first lot any possibilities like a child without recognizing no. What matters is the thing that's determinate actually explains it, not just making up explanations that are just actually really imitations of explanations. But what can you do? You can't change who people are, and you shouldn't expect them to value what you value. You're correct that people should understand where their lanes are and by and large stay in them, you know. But people don't want to hear that. You know, obviously people don't want to be told what to do, and they don't want to be told what frame to think under, even if what they're being told is correct. So it's the only frame that legitimizes each person fairly, right? It says, we don't expect you to be a person you aren't. We expect you, at most, to be a good version of the person you are. And in the exclusion of cognitive functions, we operate in an alternative to that. In other words, an alternative in which individuals are projecting their own potential stack as a universal good and interpreting other people's deviation from it as either something wrong with them, and pathologizing it, or interpreting it as inferiority. That's why those people aren't as good as us, because they're not, they don't have our attentional stack, right? The thing is, cognitive functions is the only just frame of reference. All of humanity's history of injustice can be explained by the absence of a cognitive function frame. With a cognitive function frame, people wouldn't expect others to be people they aren't all the time, and they wouldn't say things like, "You're just not trying hard enough," when people fail at their polar, right? That kind of ontological violence is a festering wound on the skin of all of humanity. And this is the only solution to it because it's the correct solution to it. It subsumes all other explanations, and it is the metaframe. That's what makes it a tragedy slash comedy, which I don't like tragedies slash comedies because just pick a lane, you know. But everybody's hurting each other. They're all doing it for the same reason, or one of two reasons. Either childhood abuse has caused them to be unable to function as healthy adults, and necessarily not functioning healthy as an adult means you're hurting other people unfairly. Um, or what's much more common, the same thing happening over and over and over again. Same thing I did before I understood cognitive functions. My frame of reference is best. Why aren't these other people, why are these other people doing everything wrong? What's wrong with them? They're inferior to me and or, you know, like crazy or something or wicked because they do not have the right attentional manners. Of course, I didn't know that that's what we were how to think about things at all. So I just thought that there's something wrong with those people. Obviously, I'm right. So now instead, because I actually am right, I understand why nobody nobody cares. Even though it's a single thing that would solve everybody hurting each other all the time. That's a tragedy slash comedy. That's the tragedy slash comedy of it. Now, okay, Eric, if quantum functions is a metaphor, explain Jeff Shaw. Okay, I can't explain Jeff Shaw. I can see that. What was up with that guy? Like, just knock it off already, you fucking troll. God damn it. That guy really, he's got some sort of weird obsession with shitting on Eric. That one, I don't understand. It's like, why would someone spend their time coming around saying a bunch of counterfactual statements just to try to get me in some way? Like, why are you doing this? what what are you like explain your grand plan here, please? I don't know. Sometimes I just cannot explain some things like at all. Like I have no idea why Jeff Shaw is like that. I can't explain it. I have no idea why he's like that. I can see defeat on that one. And I cannot conceive of myself doing the equivalent thing. It's so far from anything I could ever imagine myself doing that I just do not understand what's going on there. It's it's a delightful like NPC thing or something. The universe has just said to me. And here's this sort of slightly non-generic troll that just just repeat the same algorithm over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And being non-adaptive to what I'm actually saying throughout. Just it's like he's a bot, you know? He's a sophisticated AI bot that has varying moods and stuff, so it puts on varying different kinds of displays in different circumstances. There's no naturally occurring human being that I can imagine that would do that, right? Like, what in the world? Why would anybody waste their time doing that? Just going to this guy's YouTube channel, Everything he says, sky's blue. Sky's definitely, oh, you're wrong there, Eric. How misguided. That's so sad of you. Okay, this guy's not blue. Oh, Eric. There's so much to learn, but you're making a little bit of progress. I don't know. Is he a real person? Is he an NPC? Is he? Is it sad? Is it like a depressing story that he's mentally ill or something? Or I mean, I have no idea. But he's not very believable as a real person, right? And you think like, like what real person would do that for such a long time? It makes you wonder. And it's like the fact that he left me one drunk voicemail one time, it almost feels like it's set up to convince me, okay, yeah, he's a real person. Or it could have been a setup like that. I wonder. I wonder if I'll ever know the answer to my wonderful question. Probably not. I don't know. I'm just a professorial guy trying to give lectures about astrophysics, and people keep running into the lecture hall saying, "You don't know anything about astrophysics." Are you sure? Yes. Wow. How are you sure? Because you said you know something about astrophysics. Obviously, you're just trying to make yourself look God. Okay. uh, well, yeah, who needs astrophysicists anyway? They're not going to solve people constantly hurting each other because they're operating from the wrong frame of reference. We don't need astrophysicists. What we need is people to listen to Eric, but we've already established through much whining and complaining that that's not going to happen. It's almost impossible. I can't think of a way to get out of these multiple double bind kind of catch 22s here effectively. I'd like to believe that the truth has an inherent quality of becoming adopted because it's better, right? But the problem is, in every incarnation of typology except exactly the right one, it's worse to make the wrong, it's worse to make an indefensible understanding of typology into a metaframe than it is to deny typology, the correct typology, the place as the metaframe. So, you can't blame people for appropriately and correctly defaulting to the neg on something of great significance with a great deal of weight because, after all, we're advocating a change of the status quo. You're claiming is revolutionary, so we should have an equivalent amount of passion in our resistance towards that advocacy. That's correct. You can't blame people for that. That is the correct position to have on it. Unfortunately, that's not why people. I mean, that's not how they're thinking, right? They're not thinking like that. So I'm both. I both have an understanding that I'm trapped by my own stack and a lack of any solvency in that understanding in allowing me to become untrapped by it, right? So it's like I'm going to continually evaluate things through my own frame of reference, recognize that's what I'm doing, and not be able to use other frames of reference because knowing about cardinal functions doesn't empower you to use your other functions or some bullshit like that. It empowers you to recognize what your actual relationships with different ways of paying attention are, and treat yourself better. It allows yourself to say, I am who I am for these reasons, and I'm yes, I fucked up over here. I'm gonna try not to do that as much as I can, but that's the cost of being who I am. If I didn't fuck up over here periodically, I wouldn't be good at the things I'm good at. Being aware of that allows you to delegate various things appropriately. It makes you not have to be worried or feel threatened and that you're not as good at other people at certain things. You understand who you are, right? It's not, it's like getting cardinal functions lets you then, now I can do NI and now I can do, yeah. No, and like, that's the C.S. Joseph nonsense, right? Like, once you learn it all, then you can use all your cognitive functions perfectly all the time. That's obviously completely nonsense. But what is true is you can feel as you should about yourself. To recognize yourself as legitimate, a legitimate configuration of attention, just as legitimate as every other configuration of attention, who's specialized in and the best person to call for certain kinds of things, right? And ill-advised to attempt other kinds of things without the assistance of specialists in that area. Granted, some specialties are more valued than others. What's a very unvalued specialty? Mine, right? And it's very unvalued. Nobody wants the lecture that resolves the question. People want to either learn about the topic um, or hear their belief reinforced by nonsense. So what they don't want is a lecture that actually resolves questions that they should be asking but haven't thought to ask. And won't think to ask until they have some introduction to cognitive functions. I think Laurel and Hardy probably got us into this fine mess. They're usually responsible for the entry into fine messes, if I recall correctly. I believe it was William F. Buckley once who said, Is it 4:10 in the morning already? Oh my gosh. I'm like Macaulay Culkin. Hmm. Unsolvable problems like this are frustrating. This is why understanding is not to be desired. I want to understand things. No, you don't. No, you don't. Why would anybody want to understand things? I don't want to understand why this light works. I just want it to turn on. I don't want to understand how they get the butane into this without leaving a little hole. I just want to light it on fire. You know? If you have some compulsion to understand things, I understand so many things that I don't want to understand and do not need to understand. I don't want to understand real estate, but I do now. Thanks a lot, learning. I don't want to understand living trusts, but I do now. Thanks a lot, reading. God. Eventually, I just couldn't help it. I didn't even read it myself. Okay, fine, read it aloud to me. At that point, I had to know what it meant, you know? I don't want to understand how living trusts work and blah, 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 but I do. I didn't want to understand, really, so many different reasons why Michelle Shock should lose her case. But I understand so many different reasons now why she should lose her case. I never asked to understand those things, but understand them I do. In that instance, it's good that I understand them better than not understanding them. But by and large, it doesn't help me at all. It's just something I explain over and over again on the internet to no avail. What a Sisyphusian adventure I'm on. Well, somebody's got to push that boulder up that hill. Nobody else is volunteering. I guess I just keep pushing it up the hill. Rolling it back down, pushing it back up. Continue to say, well, this is the truth, so this is what I have to say. People be like, when you're done saying it, go back to the bottom of the hill. Okay, here we go. Hi, we're more new people who don't know anything. You're going to afford us the benefit of the doubt. and assume that we're going to evaluate things well, even though you should know better. Oh. Uh, there's like people with motivational calculi embedded into their essential manners are gonna just always critique me on like what my motivations must be. People with TE frames of reference are always going to try to find like utility to something specific, which is they're not going to find that this is useful in sort of a universal paradigm way. It's like almost nobody thinks like that. Everybody else is going to come in constrained by their own frame of reference and, you know, interface about stuff they should deliberate about it, or deliberate about stuff they should interface about, etc. It's just going to keep happening. Even though the truth is right here, it's impossible to disseminate because of the contents of the truth. How crazy is that? It's so crazy. It's like, because such a stark minority of the population is intentionally configured to deliberate properly about what I'm saying. In other words, has both the intuition and the thinking to realize that I'm right. Then 99% of the people who come here are never going to understand in the way that I understand what understanding means. And the other 1%, 99% of them are either going to be not interested in other people's ideas because they're ideators, right? And they're busy coming up with their own ideas. And so the notion that one ideator has come up with finality on so grand a cosmological question, it'll just be inherently offensive to them. They certainly don't want to entertain it. It's just going to be threatening to their identities inherently. The people who can understand don't want to. You got 0.1% of these super secure INTPs, few INTJs, who fully grasp what I'm saying and understand the significance of it. Of course, INTPs will do nothing with that. It'll inform them because CI is their absolute value and SI is their absolute value, but they will not meaningfully communicate to other people. INTJs will try to encourage me to more successfully communicate to other people. But as I've indicated here, you 0.1% of the people are my only hope, and you're useless. Because my problem is I can't communicate it any better. I'm stuck by my own stack too. It would be great if I could slather it all in effing goo and still tell the exact truth, but I don't think that's possible. You know, so, anywho, it's 4:20 in the morning. Wow, I think we know what that means. Thank you, clock, for reminding me to pull a bomber. Of course, the general populace, their heuristic is this kind of stuff is another thing that correlates against me being right, right? Of course, Rick and Morty got it right. This actually correlates with me being right. But it's just another thing that's stacked against any kind of actual solvency here. It's a conundrum wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in a burrito. I hope you guys are chatting happily amongst yourselves. I can't read anything, so I don't know. I feel like going inside because it's like then it's like I'm making the decision about something. Right now, I'm just kind of killing time, so I either go to sleep at this point. I'm probably not going to, but I was like I don't want to finalize the decision. Okay, well then give up on going to sleep. Go in there, take a couple of Adderalls available to you, and get busy started on the day, you know. Not quite ready to pull the trigger on such a bold notion. That's a bold notion. What is that sound? Is it a cat? Yes, it appears to be one of the cats. Okay, that's good. Funny watching Nosy and Corey and I are hanging out. Like, the main difference between before and now is we both have to put on glasses all the time. We both hate it. Like Corey doesn't have any glasses. He bought some glasses and of course he like immediately broke his glasses. I don't know how. Broke them into like two pieces, you know. And he tries to borrow one of my pairs of glasses. I'm constantly misplacing them. It's horrible. This is one of the horrible things about getting old. Is losing your eyesight. It's not because I need to see things so clearly. It's just because what that means is you constantly have to be prepared to do this thing. And I'm not good at constantly being prepared for anything, you know, except this being correct about stuff while talking to my minuscule audience here, talking with minuscule. And that's the other thing I'm always prepared to do. I don't need any prep. My whole life is prep for that shit. I'm like, I don't need any prep to debate you about a topic I don't even know anything about. Because I already know that you're not going to affirm it, right? So we should negate. have to be engaged in some serious debate against some serious person about some thick topic for me to do prep. Otherwise, I don't need to prep. So for this, like explaining things slash being correct about things, explaining why I'm correct about things, explaining why you're wrong about things. I'm always prepared to do that. Unless it's, like I said, it have to be like a notable event with a fairly thick topic for me to feel the need to prep. But but in every other aspect of life, I'm not ready to be constantly prepared for anything that involves anything sensory, like keeping track of your glasses, putting them on my face periodically, things like that. Oy, oy, oy. It's enough to make a man want to get contact lenses, except, of course, I don't like to wear my glasses when I'm not reading things because I see better in general, except for small print stuff without any glasses on. So, what needs to happen here is my eyes need to pull a Benjamin Button and start moving backwards in time so that I regain ocular strength over that thing, that sphincter, that ocular sphincter, whatever it's called. The thing that goes in, gets smaller and gets bigger. I don't know. I forget what it's called. You know what it's called. You can think of it, and you'll know what it's called. You'll say, that's what it's called. Well, that's what happens with old people like me. That muscle, when you're young, it can go like this, it can go like this, it can go like this in front, right? But when you get old, it gets weak. And it would go like this, and go like, oh no, I can't go anymore. I'm just gonna go back to being like this now. It gets lazy. So what you gotta do is enforce strict discipline upon your eyes every day. You will see better today. You just yell at them, basically. If you want to see any eye drops today, you're going to see better, motherfuckers. That's my upcoming strategy, anyway. I don't like the idea of things that are on an inevitable and ongoing decline. It's like, no, no. Like, that's too much about, like, you're gonna die, Eric. I do not want that to happen. Let's avoid that at all costs. I only invite non-Grim Reapers to my house. Jolly Reapers, they're fine. Stoic Reapers, they're okay, They're a little iffy, but, disillusioned Reapers, well, they're getting dangerously close, but you might let them in. But no Grim Reapers. I think we could even eliminate sullen Reapers. Even though they may not be Grim Reapers, we still don't want them to the party. They're sullen. Nobody wants solid reapers around. I don't want to hang out with these solid reapers. Why not? Because they're so solid. Anyway, I know. Eric, you need to get up and make a decision about something. You can't just sit here and pretend like time's not passing. I can for a little while longer. It's only 4:30 in the morning. Unfortunately, I may have painted myself into a corner here. It's like I'm gonna actually feel tired and want to go to sleep right when I'm gonna have to get up. So at that point, you're really fucked because yeah, the Adderall will help, but then I can actually really wake you all the way back up. And now your planned day of productivity is it's in the lurch, you know. It's uncertain at that point. It's all because I couldn't get sleep last night. Sometimes you gamble, you lose, you know. Oh, the slabs. The slabs are so active right now. The various slab gondoliers are busy and interested. They ain't gondoliers because that's how they move the slabs around. With long poles, they push against the bottom of a metaphorical slab riverbed. And you say, well, how can you push a stick against a metaphor? Well, that's one of the secrets that only the slab gondoliers know. If we knew that secret, we'd be too powerful. We're beyond human. We don't ever get to be beyond human. People love to use that expression. Like, I got some stupid shit implanted in me. I'm beyond human. No. Nothing more human than getting stupid shit implanted in you. Another example of human stupidity is the most human thing of all. I'm just like, I'm stupid too sometimes. I'm just stupid about things that, like everybody else, is stupid. They don't understand why and how they're stupid about the things they're stupid about. Because after all, they're too stupid about them. I don't understand at all how and why I'm stupid about SE. I mean, I understand it intellectually, kind of, but it's not informative of the problem at all. It's just informative about the problem. Like, you know, if you'd like some general information about the problem, here it is. It will not help you solve the problem at all. Okay, well, I guess all the general information is better than nothing. Yeah, but just to remind you, it won't be usefully informative to you at all. Can't I somehow get around that? No. How horrible is that? I do not even know when I'm making FI mistakes. I'm too stupid to even recognize it when it occurs. And knowing how stupid I am doesn't help. I understand for everybody else with their 7 and 8. They're just too unconscious to be useful for anything. They're only, you only, seventh is better because you're so stupid, you're just blithely unaware that you're bubble fucking this cognitive functions appropriate domain with some other wrong approach. you know, So that one's better because you're so dumb about it. Even your worst mistakes, you barely even recognize you're doing them when you're doing them. Eighth is worse because it's like you always know that you failed at it and never really sure why. So, and that's everybody in the world. And those functions in 7 and 8 are the ones you need to understand things correctly and apply those understandings to meaningfully impact your life. And they're never going to understand these things. Just I'm never going to understand why I constantly fail at SE and sometimes don't. you know, it's like I'm not going to get it when you're like, Eric, that was a big FI mistake there. Or, was that a FI mistake? What do you mean? What are you talking about? I'm pretty sure that was FE. Even though I'm the world's foremost expert on the subject. Isn't it kind of beautifully horrible? Like just beautifully impossible knot of realities that I can't solve at all. But I feel better now that I kind of like, I feel like this talking this out has helped me to understand better how unsolvable the problem is and why it's so unsolvable. Like, okay, cognitive functions explains like everything else. If you reflect on how dumb you are in your 7th and 8th and what that implies, you can understand that we're doomed. we're doomed because the vast majority of the population has the wrong stack to understand this. It would be silly of me to expect it of them, as it would be silly of others to expect me to be able to explain why I failed at SE or why I didn't this time. I can come up with some possibilities, you know. I'm not really sure. I guess I mean, I can tell you like how my mood shifted and then I didn't want to do it. Maybe I'm not sure. And when I realized what I'm saying is lots of you people out there who got TI or NE in 7 or 8, I want you to be able to do what I obviously could not possibly do because I'm constrained in the same way as the equivalent were turned around. The problem is the thing that I'm trying to do aren't impossible to do would be the magic bullet that prevents most instances of individuals harming one another. So it's like, I'll admit, I haven't thought out all the possible ways that one might get around this thing because I don't think I'm up to the job. There's so many variables, and I don't think my ssuartscire is that good enough. You have to get 90 feet to do that. That's too much TI for me. I can't TI out all those permutations. I definitely don't want to, let me put it that way. I probably could, but it would be like, oh God, why am I doing this? Only to prove what I already know that it's impossible. It's either impossible or indeterminate. Like, that's the only possible results I'm going to get from my testing if I were to parse it all out, is that it's impossible or my results are indeterminate. Because there's too many variables that I can't operationalize properly. So why even bother? A sliver of a chance that I discover a way to surmount this apparently insurmountable problem and save humanity from the dark ages of wrongness. What do I look like? Some kind of hardworking hero? Hmm. I guess this is part of my growth arc. I'm going to have to actually make decisions about whether what I affirm as my positive moral indications are things I'm actually going to undertake, or just things I acknowledge as failures of myself to undertake. I have to make that decision at some point, right? I just keep putting it off. I guess maybe that has something to do with my SE problems, huh? Or is it just essentialism? I don't know. I can't. Because I'm stuck in the same bind as everybody else. Maybe that's how I should position it. Why the one truth that that can solve most instances of individuals hurting one another will never be accepted as the truth. That would be a good title for something. An explanation that fulfills the duties implied by the title. And people much prefer to negate things than they do affirm things. It's easier, and even amateurs can do it haphazardly and still successfully do it because people aren't affirming correctly, right? And because there's always the automatic default to the neg. If you get two people who have no idea what they're doing, both of them just a ham-fisted mess of everything, then you vote for the neg because he always develops an egg because he has to have one with more burdens, you know. If you do a horrible job in the app, you can't meet your burdens, you develop an egg. But I don't know where I was going with that thought. I'm tired at the wrong time. You know what? Maybe I need to do a Japanese wake up call. Whoosh! It seems to work a lot better on Japanese people than it does on me. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Arigato gozaimasu. I just don't know. I just don't know what I'm going to do right now. I guess I'm gonna go inside. I'm gonna go inside, maybe eat something, then decide whether I'm going to lie down. You know, not a good time to do that. At which point I'll either crash out for a full 4 hours at least, which gets me up at the wrong time unless I do things before I go to bed. I really put myself in a bit of a pickle here. I don't like any of my choices. And I don't like when I don't like any of my choices. Okay, well, let's go inside and we'll talk more about it later. And we're not going to come to agreement right now, so let's just leave it, just table it until later. Obviously, you're not listening to me. I am listening to you, but I'll say we're not doing a great job of listening to each other right now in order to be more diplomatic, even though it's a lie. No, I can't. I just gotta say the truth again. But you're not listening to me right now. I am listening to you. I'm talking to you, but you don't. Even when you do listen to me, you don't respond to me, so there's no point in talking to you anymore. And then it's like people go, oh, he's so full of himself. Oh, I just didn't want to lie and say, we're not really listening to each other right now. When the truth is, I'm listening to you fine, and you're not listening to me at all. Now, in this instance, I can see something. I'm not listening to you at all, and you may or may not be listening to me fine. But it's not because I don't want to listen to you at all. It's because I cannot read what you're saying. So I have a disability, and you guys need to accommodate me by getting me my glasses. And you didn't do so shame on you. Here are my glasses. I found them. Hooray for me. I found glasses on a sunny day. Glasses, 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 glasses. Talking about glasses, glasses. Yeah, let's not be anti-Semitic, please. Not that it's any inherently worse or better than any other kind of that dumbass shit, but it's it's a, it's an obvious enough example that people should not stumble into it. You have to be willfully being shitty. Because if you're being honest, that group is just all bullshit. And I've already explained why a million times. So, anyhow, now you're making me go to sleep with your anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism always has made me sleepy. It's like the sleeping pill that nature never gave me. There's so many bottles on this table. So many bottles of water. I need to clean it so badly. It annoys me. I've become so orderly. This order annoys me a lot. I get mad at myself when I let it get messy around here. I love this nice, comfortable, orderly place. I don't want it to become chaotic. Well, you just have to be a good grown up and exercise both restraint and sovereignty, in appropriate measures in appropriate areas. So, a lot of things on mind. A lot of things. I want to make sure I get on that Michelle Shark thing today. It's probably coming up on 60 days pretty soon, so. Well, there's nothing to it but to do it. I'm just gonna have to, it's 5 a.m. I'm just gonna have to say, fuck it and take my hat off now. Hi, Rachel.
Hey, Aaron.
You look like a woman who hasn't slept much.
Aww.
I didn't sleep at all. Have you
Just
been?
a little bit.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. You did better than me. What did you come here for? Are you your charger?
Yeah.
Oh, because your phone ran out of electricity.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay.
Rachel finds it impossible to sleep through silence. We're gonna get an extension cord and make that sound better for you, okay?
Okay.
So you don't have to do that again.
Thanks. I love you.
I love you too, darling.
Good night.
Good night. That setup is for she used to like go between things to just unplug the charger from the wall where you just have an extension cord there. Well, Eric's bad TE kicks in again. Wonderful. I've once again failed to TE something correctly. Unsurprisingly, let's concede that. Alright, down the hatch. I gotta take the trash up and do all that shit pretty soon, so hopefully it's carried me up till I don't know, 1 o'clock in the afternoon or something. Probably the best I can hope for. Still, much better than having 0 Adderalls to take this morning. Ho ho ho, and a bottle of rum. Minus the bottle of rum. Let's nix the bottle of rum, actually. I think it's too early to drink a bottle of rum. I never drink a bottle of rum before 5 in the morning. I always wait till after 5 in the morning. It's a lesson my dad taught me. I never broke that rule. I said, "You're right, Dad. I should never drink a bottle of rum before 5 in the morning." Unless I'm up for the night before, of course, that don't count. Like, if I get up at 4 in the morning, I can't drink a bottle of rum right there. If I'm still up till 4 in the morning, that bottle of rum fine. So now you understand more in full the rum bottle rules, as we call them. I hope you'll try applying that rule in your own life. Never drink a bottle of rum before 5 in the morning unless you're still up from the night before. In which case, it doesn't count as 5 in the morning. Because you haven't gone to sleep yet. If you adhere to that rule, if you don't adhere to that rule, you have a serious drinking problem. I got up after 3 hours of sleep. It's 4 in the morning. Oh, fuck. I gotta wait an hour to drink a bottle of rum. Yeah, that's a sign you have a serious drinking problem. I can't wait till 5 in the morning. It's like 15 minutes from now. Alcoholism. Hilarious. Well, we're gonna try to push out a little bit of poop on here, might as well. You know, kill 2 excrements with 1 sit. I've already peed. It was pretty fantastic. Okay, I'll admit I still have a little pee left in me, I guess. I'm not completely done peeing, you know. I'm mostly done. Let's see how project can/will I poop right now a little bit goes. Okay. We're off to an indeterminate start. It's like sometimes you go, okay, is there poop in my butt or is it just butt? Is it poop push muscle, you know? It's like some poop push muscle in your butt that when you push out your poop, it pushes it out. I wonder, like, I think that's just my poop push muscle, not actual poop. It's a foolish error to mistake your push poop muscle for actual poop. But you gotta push anyway just to verify. Who wants to go to the gym and work out our poop push muscles? They got a new machine at the gym for that. Because, you know, it's not only important that you be cut on the exterior where people see you normally, you gotta be cut inside too. Because you never know when somebody was gonna look up your butt and see how ripped your butt, your poop push muscle is. Could happen at any moment. And it's probably happening to you right now and you're just not even aware of it. These regular beers won't do us any good. Now, I think what sounds like, thanks, thank whoever did this. I'm gonna put these open Pepsis back on the fridge. You're not gonna never take them out again and drink them. So I will do the right thing and throw them away. Now, not only did you leave trash in the fridge for no reason, but also you gave me false hope that there was a cold Pepsi. Let's see here. Okay, well, I need to go F and GJ. No, no, not today, friends. Not today. Today I'm going guava. It feels less stomach acidy. Sounds less stomach acidy than grapefruit juice. And if you think I like stomach acid, you're way off base. Way off base. I don't like stomach acid. I dislike it. I actively try to suppress it with these things called antacids, which should be called antacids. I've taken it up with the antacid board. They ran the antacid board despite my obviously correct objections. But, try talking sense into manufacturers of antacids. You'll discover they're a stubborn bunch. So I've come to terms with the fact that I guess I'll just call antacids antacids for some reason. Everybody's doing it, Eric. Just go along with everybody else and just call it by the wrong word. Okay, fine. Antacids it is. You can win this one. You win this one, world. I just call them antacids. I'll try to stop complaining about how they should be called antacids. I might even succeed. Wouldn't that be nice? Well, Mr. Robinson, would you like some pot roast? Mm-hmm. It would. That pot roast corn is delicious. And because instead of doing things the stupid Eric way, let's see what ingredients look like they'd be fun to put together in this pot. He has a recipe in mind and follows it. That's why we got this delicious Mississippi pot roast. Finger licking good. The secret ingredient is Mississippi River water. So good. This is so good. I'm very impressed. You should go teach at Pot Roast University. They need qualified professors like him there. Trouble? Knock it off. Not trouble unless it chase Capio away. I tried to explain to him. Don't do that. But, you know. So many things to think about. And so little reason to think about them. So many things to think about. And so little reason to think about them. The story of my life. People were constantly asking me, why do you care about this, Eric? All I can say is, because it's true, because I'm right, or something like that. I don't know why I care about it. It's just because this is who I am. A guy who cares about explanations. What? Yeah, like before birth, they had this pick a pick a nature pick a nature wheel. You spin it. I got I'm bored. I don't remember where I was going with that exactly, but spend a lot of time thinking about things that you have no reason to think about. Oh, that's my job? Okay. Well, why am I thinking about it then? Your guess is as good as ours. You know, people don't think about things they have reason to think about. They think about things that they think about. Like whether or not people have reason to think about things that they think about. Is what I'm thinking about. But am I thinking about it because that's the reason I'm thinking about it? No. Really gives you something to think about, doesn't it? I'd say so. Anyhow. Yeah, yeah. Well, what a Mr. Ted's Wild Ride. Well, what I'm gonna have to do here pretty soon. Make another decision. Like, okay, am I gonna end the live stream and deal with the trash right now? I'm still a little early to deal with the trash. It's 5:15, so it's not an unreasonable time to be up and about doing stuff, but probably pushed a little bit on the boundaries of loudness around the neighbors the last couple of days, activity around the neighbors or whatever. Not that there are a lot of neighbors real close to us right now. It's just those people right there that I fucking damage that relationship. But in general, I just want to present as like, good neighbors, nice, regular people. Try not to be weirdos, So, but of course, the reality is, Rachel and I definitely are weirdos, like when the neighbors go, are they like up on drugs or something? The answer is probably yes. I just want to be like, okay, let me do a better job, try to do a better job of continually remembering to keep track of what lights are on, turn them off, you know. Like, when it's 3 in the morning and I've got lights blaring out of all my windows, it's like, okay, I need to fix this. This isn't a very good look. I don't think this is going to play very well. How many people see it? Mm, hard to say. And it's hard to say what people observe up around here because of the way that sounds carry weird, you know. I mean, it's such a stark example of it today or yesterday or whenever it was, where these voices sound like they were right outside this garage door. And I walked up the driveway and they were across the street up the hill, and were beyond where I could see them. So it can be really deceptive, and it's a reminder that even if you're talking in a normal voice, somebody way over there might hear you just as I heard those people. So it's not so much that I want to hide what we're saying or something, as I just don't want my loudness to be bothering other people at all, or my light pollution, noise pollution, whatever. Well, I'm basically out of all useful gas. I didn't get any sleep last night. I'm gonna have to huff it through the garbage thing, and then figure on seeing Corey out from 10 or 11 whenever he gets up here. And probably gonna have to give up on any plans for getting additional things done today. Today's Monday. Maybe 1 or 2 things will get done, but not very big things, I don't think. In other words, I fucked myself on Monday because I didn't sleep Sunday night. And I was sure I was going to, this is not really a problem. But then I foolishly gave in to the impulse to take 2 hits of acid. And I knew weren't going to do very much to me, but I didn't anticipate were going to nevertheless keep me awake. So, that was Eric making poor choices. And Eric needs to try to avoid making poor choices like that. Will he learn his lesson this time? Maybe for a little while, until he has to learn it again. Will he ever learn it once and for all? Probably not. Probably not. Because Eric's a bit of a slow learner. He does learn from his personal experiences. Just not well. We put him in the brown group. Daisy, well, she's in the gold group. Timmy, oh, he's in the silver group. And Bobby, oh, he's in the platinum group. But your child, they're in the brown group. Brown? I thought you were a metal. Gold and silver and platinum are metals. Brown's not a metal. I know. It's because your child is worse. He doesn't deserve a medal. He just deserves a boring color. That's why I put him in the brown group. Platinum, gold, silver, and brown are excellent. 4 groups. Wait, you really drive home the points of the brown group. They didn't win anything. Winners get medals. You just get a boring color. Very immediately, the children in the platinum and gold and silver groups, all the people in the brown group, you're in the brown group. You're inferior to us. Why am I inferior? Well, why are you in the brown group? Because this horrible teacher arbitrarily put me in this bad group. Like, arbitrarily, huh? Are you sure it isn't because you're inferior? Unfortunately, I'm just a small child, so I don't really have an important opinion about this. I'm just internalizing it as my life map. Well, let me tell you what color your life map is, Judy. It's brown. And in case you haven't heard, that's a color, not a metal. Okay, I really think you're using the terms metal, MEDAL, and metal, like METAL, interchangeably, even though you shouldn't use them like that. Who is this guy? I'm gonna go see if I can get the charger for the phone. Wow. Corey's really snoring up a storm upstairs. What's great about this house, I couldn't even hear him at the end of this hall. When I walked into the living room, I heard some sort of sound upstairs. I had like to listen, and I thought, oh, he's snoring. I don't know if he's got his door open or whatever, but it doesn't matter because we can't even hear it at this end of the house. So that's how wonderfully soundproof this house is. And those are the snores of a man who needs to attend to respiratory concerns ahead of smoking more, probably for a little while. But you know, who am I to tell other people what to do? I mean, it's fine for me to do that, but only on special occasions. Regular occasions, I probably shouldn't tell people what to do. I'll tell people they're wrong, what's correct, what they should do, if there is a resolution to that question. But I'm not going to tell them what to do. The should question is going to be within this frame of reference. The correct answer is you should, yeah, but you know, whether you should, yeah, is always a tricky question. Whether you should not, yeah, that's a much easier question. Should I take these two into like that? Well, that's a tricky question, man. Should I do that? If I had phrased it the other way, should I not take these two into right now? The answer probably would have been a lot clearer. Yes, you should not take those two into right now. But hindsight's always 2020. And foresight, unfortunately, is not always 2020. Sometimes it's 1/100. I wonder what your eyesight would be like if it was 1/100. 2020 is the best. How's it different if your first number is smaller versus if your second number is smaller? What do those numbers mean? Do they refer to different vectors of vision expressed by both eyes? Or is it a left-right eye number thing? I don't know, and I never will know because I'm not going to Google it. And I'm okay with never knowing. Because I don't believe in obstetricians, or whatever they're called, ophthalmologists. They're quacks. There's nothing wrong with people's eyes. It's the government tricking you that your eyes are getting old with holograms of the government is always liking to trick people with holograms. And it's like, didn't anybody tell the government? That's not why we invented those holograms. You're not supposed to trick us with them. You're supposed to put on delightful light shows. The end of baseball games with the holograms. You're not supposed to trick us into thinking there's UFOs and stuff. I should never have entrusted you with this hologram technology in the first place. What about your beady eyes that said, this guy can't be entrusted with holograms? Or maybe it was the badge on your chest that said, CIA. Don't ask me no questions. I won't tell no lies. Guava nectar hits the spot. It's appropriately called nectar. It's got a distinctly nectar-like quality that can partially be explained by viscosity, but mostly by the delicious, delicious taste of guava. Current guava nectar. Have some today. Like me, host Eric. It's like I'm on a mini vacation to Hawaii. I could just lie here on the beach and drink current guava nectar all day. It would be so relaxing. I would just be like, oh my God, I'm so relaxed right now. And then my friend, she'd be like, I'm so relaxed too. And I'd be like, we're both so relaxed. And then it would be so relaxing. Instead, here I am sitting in the garage at 5:30 in the morning, dreading taking the trash out because it's gonna be complicated. Wow. But the alternative is I could like put off the complicated part till next week, some of it. There's one complicated thing I cannot put off. I gotta do this morning. There's one trash can that's up there. It wouldn't take away last week because it was too heavy. Granted, it was pretty heavy. Filled up with chips of concrete and stuff. So I got to disperse that into 4 different trash cans so that none of them are too heavy. And if I want to fully complete this job, I then need to take out all of the black trash bags, which are extra trash that they won't take away unless you place a like, okay, can we get an extra big trash pickup? It costs like $100 or something. So I might as well just do what I did last time, which is bind clip of 20 onto each of the extra bags. Say, hope you can take this bag, and they'll be gone. And then the guy gets $100 instead of the recology who does a consistently, at best, mediocre job. So they got a very low star rating. They're kind of half-assing it, but whatever, that's fine. It works. It's better than having no trash service. A lot of people, I don't know how much this is true anymore, but at least some portion of Mariposa County can't even get trash service, and they have to make dump runs. So, and trash service is not cheap, you know, unfortunately. A couple things are more expensive here, like trash service, and propane's more expensive than natural gas. Um, I mean, the plumbing in this house and the septic tank, it seems like is preferable to sewage. It's so fantastic. I don't know what to make of that. Uh, Water, 600 a year, are probably about the same. Except the good news is here it's not metered. It's like $600 for as much water as you use, you know. I'm water conscious. It's been like deeply embedded into my soul while living in California. I am water conscious, but I get to be less water conscious now because, you know, with cisterns and tanks and shit, you aren't drawing from California's water supply. You've outsmarted California and done the smart thing, collected your own rainwater and made your own municipal water company, and right? Then it doesn't matter how much water you use, you're already using less water than anybody else because you're not using any of the state's water. But a lot of people don't want to spend their mornings listening to Eric explain the preferable approach to water management in California. I mean, I guess maybe, let's say, 600 million people do want to hear me talk about that, but maybe the rest of the population is not that interested. That's possible. Regardless, I think we all realize now that we're more informed, more alive, more real, more engaged, more important, less important, taller and shorter now that we've been informed about the advantages of cistern collecting in a water tank and a private community water company over thinking California can handle the job. California can't handle this job. California can't seem to handle very much of any jobs, so yeah, there may be more inept states in the union than California in terms of its leadership and or wisdom of governance or whatever, but not many. I can't articulate one off the top of my head that maybe um, maybe Oregon, but they in Oregon politically seems saner than California. Uh, Politicians in California, they don't think with their minds, they think with their hearts. And it causes unbelievable amounts of harm. Yeah, people think because they care about the right thing that they don't need to care about whether their advocacy is the right advocacy. Those people are running the state. They have been for years. naturally, the movement for the state of Jefferson emerged, the same parts of the state want us to secede. It includes Mariposa County, of course. But we had to somehow gerrymander us so weird shape a little bit. But it's not that weird. So it's a makeable state. You get Shasta County, which unfortunately would probably include what's that place called? A super ghetto place that Rachel and I stayed in a hotel one time. What is that city called? It's not Redlands, but I actually lived there as a baby. My mom didn't like it. Thereafter, my family moved to LA, but what is that city called? I think it starts with an R. And it's like at the very bottom of Shasta County. What's it called? Hmm. I cannot remember the name of that place right now. Even though it's critically important for you to know the name of that place because it's critical to a point that I forgot that I was making. And probably won't remember, so you're just gonna be missing both the critical point and all the other details, so you're not gonna be able to do anything with that. And that's your fault. You got yourself to blame for that. After all, I didn't make my own self lose my train of thought midstream. Therefore, someone else must have made me do it. Pretty poor reasoning there. Pretty poor reasoning. Well, yeah. Do I have any weed in here? There's a little bit, but barely any. That's fine. It's enough for a couple bars. I don't need the full 50 bars. Yes, you correct. Fine. You nailed it correctly. I am procrastinating. And who can blame me? The task I have before me is both unpleasant and atypical. It's not typical. I can't just use SI to do it. Like, I already know how to do it. Blah, blah, blah. I have to go use a little TESE to solve an existent problem. It makes things much more complicated. Or daunting, anyway. It may turn out to be not very complicated. Regardless, it's going to be somewhat labor involving. I may have to shovel things. I may have to pour things. It's hard to say. I mean, I have to assess it once I get there on the ground and look at it. How am I going to transfer contents from this one trash can into these other trash cans, given the varying degrees of fullness of this trash can, and acknowledging that moving some of this stuff into these trash cans will free up additional room into this trash can. So maybe I have to take some trash out of this one, Wait, so this is shoveled over there, and put that trash into that one. Oi, oi, oi. I'm looking at a real tangle. It's the kind of tangle that's difficult to untangle because I can keep thinking about it, but that won't accomplish anything. I mean, just thinking about it doesn't accomplish anything. You know you're in trouble. Okay. So thinking about this more is you thought about it enough now to determine that thinking about this anymore can only comprise possibly at best procrastination. At worst, it's lying to yourself. So yeah, I'm procrastinating right now. Because dealing with the trash does not sound very fun. Um, I'm not feeling like I have a lot of extra energy to direct a manual labor right now. Well, that was something I accomplished there, at least. You can't say I've accomplished nothing today. I did pull half a ball right there. Better than no ball game. I'm sure you can pull the other half. Oh, you difficult to pull weed. Okay. This is sometimes a problem you have. Like, it's good weed. I like it. Stony. But it's the kind of weed that does not pull through your ball properly for some reason. It's like too sticky or I don't know. I like to pack a ball and pull it all in one pull. All of it down. No dust left behind, nothing. Just starts the bowl, ends with just clean nothing. One pull, one line. That's what I want. I guess part of the problem here is I'm clearly packing bowls that are too big. But if I pack them smaller, like that, I could definitely pull through in one bowl. The way this weed works is like, well, then you'll pull that shit through before it's wood properly because you don't have enough in there. Why are you being so difficult? Difficult weed. Why don't you learn to do your job? Do your job properly and pull all the way through. You're being such a pain in the ass now I can't even blow out the clog. You better shape up, mister. I don't like the way you're engaging with my bong right now. You're clogging me, flogging me, slogging me, and hogging me. Ain't none of them okay, Mr. Weed. Maybe you should clean out your stem better. Shut up, Mr. Weed. I don't want to hear any sass back from you. You get in that bowl, you get lit, and you pull straight through. Don't try to leave behind remnants to remember you by or whatever. You just do your job. Do it well. Like an American industry worker. There we go. I'm concerned they may have manufactured this weed in China. Okay, fine. You proved yourself a good American weed. Okay, it was my fault. I didn't have the stem cleaned out. Fine, you win this round. But the same problem repeats in like two more goals. Oh no, you're asking too much, right? You can't expect me to unclog the stem like every two bowls. It's ridiculous. So let's see you continue to behave yourself or be warned again to behave yourself. Those are your choices, mister. Alright, let's see if it pulls through. Be a good weed and pull through. Don't be a bad weed, because then I'll scold you more. Alright, I think this time it's really taking what I'm saying to heart. Seems to be making a lot of progress. It's beginning to understand its job, that I'm justifiably enraged by its failure to do its job, and it will meet my expectations to do its job properly going forward. I've taught it a lot this morning, but I'm a strict taskmaster. You got one more lesson in you, at least for the moment. Well, just one more for the moment, but I've got my eye on you, mister. And you can expect me to police you vigorously. Like a traffic cop on meth. Those are our most vigorously job performing law enforcement officers. They try so much harder than their coworkers. That's why I can't understand why Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department declined to hear our presentation on why we should inject meth into all the LAPD officers. I was very disappointed. I was pretty sure I had a winning proposal. After all, solve the question of what do we do with all this meth we've stolen from people? Well, we inject it in the cops, obviously. Then, take the circle of life. It's cyclical, self-sustaining. You don't have to worry about what happens to the meth. Important words, important lessons, important times. Together we grow. Here on Talking with Famous People. Well, I grow. You may or may not. And I only sometimes grow. Other times I'm stagnant. maybe getting smaller instead of growing. That's possible, you know. But I don't spend a lot of time undoing previous growth. It naturally evaporates with my misty fourth slot SI. And so, lo, here I lament in the garage. Still, the clock ticks past as 6 o'clock nears, and again his fears regarding the garbage can overwhelm him and drive him to weep. And that was my presentation of Robert Frost's Two Roads in the Woods Diverge. And that's what two roads in the woods should do. Best that they diverge. You don't want them to suddenly start paralleling each other. Because why? Is there like twice as much traffic all of a sudden? No. If you only need 2 lanes, like up to here, why would you suddenly need 4 lanes here? There's not only 2 lanes worth of cars coming into that. So you wouldn't want to do that with your wood roads. Or really with any roads, I think. Sometimes you might have to, but generally, don't suddenly have a road parallel another road. You're not taking good advantage of your road, stuff next to road, acreage distribution. You gotta think about, okay, I'm gonna put these roads here. Yes, in one sense, it would be most efficient if you took all the roads in the city and put them over there on the left. It would be out of the way, it wouldn't be such an eyesore, etc. But there's a disadvantage to putting all the roads on the left, which is you won't be able to get anywhere on the right. So yeah, you'll have your roads more neatly organized, but at what cost? I mean, I get it. Neatly organized roads is a huge benefit. But we still have to consider whether it's worth the cost of not being able to drive where you need to go. I don't think it is. I know a lot of people are advocating now for this new what they call smart roads. Smarter roads for a cleaner environment. Listen, let me explain it again. By moving all the roads over here to the left side, then they won't be like tossed out all over the place. And it look nicer. We'll be better able to organize and keep track of our roads. It'll cut down on traffic and pollution because since we've got all the roads stacked up over here, really none of them are useful. It's a small price to pay. It's like the ultimate antipolar proposal. Could we maybe? Could we maybe just like move all the roads to the left? You know, maybe a hollow way. Oh, what a fantastic notion. That's a joy inducing notion, if ever there has been one, for sure. Because humans, every single human is an expert at being an idiot about two things at least. By idiot, I mean like just, you can't even use any kind of word. It sounds in your A slow function. So we've got everybody being an expert at being an idiot at 1/4 of the possible ways of being paying attention. That's a tough handicap to overcome. Hmm. Well, whereas see, it's like you're not so completely an idiot. You don't have that kind of completeness in the other direction. You guys are an expert in both your first and second function, more or less. But your second function, it's like you're expert at using it. You're not an expert at paying attention that way. You're something less. And it's like you might as well just call 7 8 a wash. That's how much the unconsciousness renders drawing finer distinctions moot, you know? So it's kind of like every single human being is at a slight disadvantage in terms of the epistemological balance. Like each human being is slightly more idiotic than they are expert. That would seem to put us, though, at like such a like snowballing um, failure that how can we even still exist? It doesn't seem to validate it based on like we do still exist. But one wonders if whether the snowball has good or bad impacts depends not just on its size, but where it is and what it's accomplishing, you know. And that's a tricky question to answer regarding the antecedents to this metaphor. So, who's to say? Jesus, the Virgin Mary, the Virgin Jesus, the married Jesus, the unmarried Jesus. Billington, the butler, was also to be included. As per commandments 14 through 18, also known as the lost commandments. Here's the thing. Apparently, we were missing at least 7 of the commandments. Because we found 14 through 17. We're assuming, I think it's fair to leave like that. Therefore, 10, 11, 11, 12, and 13 are out there somewhere, still waiting to be found. And a lot of people think it's even fair to project, so therefore 18, 19, and 20 are also there to be found. But we have no reason to assume they would have ended at an even number. They might have ended at 17. So, anyway, let's review the new 4 commandments, 14, 15, 16, 17, which were recently unearthed at the mountain in Israel that everybody says is so holy. Whatever that mountain is, that's where they unearthed it recently. And, archaeologists and scientists were shocked to discover what these commandments said. Commandment 14 is actually, thou shalt not imitate a sparrow, which has been interpreted to mean you shouldn't make bird calls. Some scholars think that's a metaphor, which basically says don't catcall or don't objectify women. Other scholars interpret it to mean literally don't imitate sparrows because either the sparrows are being offended or it's just that God doesn't trust your ability to imitate them well. It could be that. It's hard to say for sure. It's one of the most hotly debated commandments since Commandment 9. Commandment 15. All cats should be inside outside cats. That was a good one. I'm glad they included that. And, addendum 15A. Don't try to supervise your cat. Let it do what it wants. Unless there's a specific reason to, like your cat's hurt or something and they need you to make decisions because, you can't just let them and their instincts and fear prevent them from getting better, So, that would obviously be an exception. But anyway, I appreciate God including the cats in Commandment 15 and getting it right as well. Commandment 16 is actually a repealing of let me see if I got this right here. 14, 15, we're at 16? Okay, so it's actually a repealing of the 14th commandment, which was don't imitate squirrels. It now reads first that commandment 14 has been repealed and replaced by colon. You may imitate squirrels, and it's not required of you. I thought it was a better commandment, ultimately, you know. I'm not sure why they felt the need to specify in Commandment 16. Not only that, you may, but also this, not required. And in the absence of specifying a requirement, why specify that it's not required? But, I don't know. That's legislatures for you. They do things like that. I guess, like, the point is, I guess the 16th commandment. I'm kind of half going to sleep here. I guess the point is, the 16th commandment was adjudicated by some kind of deliberative body when it seems like Congress or something, because after all, if it had been God who made that commandment, that would be impossible, because then he would have made a mistake on a previous commandment. So biblical scholars, by and large, dismiss the 16th commandment as fundamentally invalid because it suggests that God made a mistake, changed his mind, and therefore has been broadly attributed to a prank played by the Holy Ghost. Anyway, Commandment 17 is one of the most interesting commandments of them all. It's a commandment. Don't let the trash truck pass your house without getting the trash can shit done. And for me, I find that last commandment really resonant. It really resonates with me. God is so wise. He realized this is important to have that commandment. Because if you let that trash truck drive by there, you have not dealt with this trash problem, you are going to be appropriately very mad at yourself. You must be mad at yourself if you let that happen. You must really be mad at yourself. So do not let that happen. Okay? What you're going to do, you're going to wait out the dog barking. When the dog's done barking, the fun starts sparking. Well, the dog stopped barking too quickly. It's proven to be effective as a timer. We're going to have to pick a better timer than that. When the dog starts barking again, there's, oh, I'm too late. That might have been a good timer, but I didn't, it happened before I saw it. Okay. See, when the lady across the street yells at her children, that would be fun. Well, you know, Eric, you're now Saint Eater. You know, you're already feeling regretful because you're not taking the trash out. You're just sitting here and you stink like failure. which is definitely one of my less favorite smells. I didn't get it on me all the time for some reason. I must be brushing up against a failure plant or something. Well, I'm not gonna fail on this trash thing. No, I'm not. Just banish the thought. I refuse to fail at this. Even though it requires me to get up now and go do something that I have to do that I don't want to do. Well, this is a part of the day that I like to call Boo for Eric. During Boo for Eric, Eric has failed things like failure and has to do something he doesn't want to do. He said, as I failed earlier. You know? Like, here's another failure from yesterday coming back to haunt me. I didn't want to clean up the dead mouse yesterday. Well, you know what? I even less want to clean up the dead mouse now. But I'm going to have to clean it up now. Because I'm dealing with the trash stuff now. Okay. Stupid trash. Fine. You win. You've been fighting me long enough. I surrender. Surrender to the trash. Never did it, but did it. Surrender to the trash. Well, I pulled the trash can in here. That's step one of the operation. Now let's go ahead. We're going to proceed to step two. What is step two in this operation? Well, it's not a very fancy job, but it's an important one. Step two in this operation is, of course, pick up dead mouse. Well, any volunteers? Pick up a dead mouse that's been sitting there for a day or so. I want to volunteer, Mr. Supervisor. I got to you. It's me here. I love picking up dead mouse. I don't want to pick up the dead mouse with my fingers, but I do not have a very good tool right now. Ew, the mouse. Okay, so, whew, I've completed 2 of the steps in my many-step journey that awaits me to completion before I attain completion on the general trash issue, which, of course, is made up. Don't fool yourself. Don't think that it's that simple, you know. Nothing's ever that easy. Except pancakes. Okay. What's step number around? Is that 3? 1 is pull the first trash can. 2 is throw away the mouse. 3 is pull the second trash can. Okay. We're on step 3. Oh, you gotta be almost done there. No, no, no. Oh no, friends, no. I've got a long ways to go. Step 4 is gonna just be to put these 2 trash cans on this roll pusher thing. I discovered 6 months after moving in, of course, that this is the best way to get the trash cans in the driveway. Why did it take you 6 months to figure that out, Eric? Because it's like I was happy at 5.5 months when I finally figured out the correct way to pull the trash cans up the driveway. So, pretty good. I got in just half a month from there to an even better solution. I'm pretty proud of myself for that, but it took me 5.5 months to figure out how to pull the trash cans up the driveway properly. That one, well, I don't know what to say about that. Okay, I'm back. I completed step. I guess that was like step 5. And step 5 was put it on the thing. Step 6 was go up the hill. Step 7 was take it off the thing. Step 8 is bring it back down the hill. Push roll. Push roller, it's called, I think. That's what I'm calling it right now. Rolling pusher. Rolling pusher is what it's called. That's the best description of it. It's a rolling pusher. So, that's what we'll call it. Now that we know what we're calling it, we're done. Unfortunately, I already knew what we were calling it. Instead of recall what we're calling it. Alright, my next order of business is actually going to be a surprise step here. I really want step 9. And it's going to be go pee. Because I need to pee. And Mama don't like to wait for her apple pie. So, I better go pee. I'll be back in a little while. You keep an eye on things. Make sure nobody steals my rolling pusher. Okay. Now I'm thinking of that Jeff Shaw. Is he a real person? Or some kind of CIA psyop? Or just like a bot somebody wrote specific to me? I should get. Right, next step. Next step in today's important job is to get the last of the trash cans that go up there and a shovel that I can disperse trash can 1 into trash cans 2, 3, and 4. I'll get the trash can first, then I'll get the shovel, then I'll go it up. Okay, friends. I've got this trash can. I got it from over there where it stays. Okay, the whence from the where to there? Where from, where you going with it? Well, it's just from over there. This is from over there. Now, I'd be foolhardy to believe my flimsy balancing act would survive a trip up the driveway. I better put that shovel in the trash can. It's less likely to fall out that way. Okay, now, rolling pusher away. my persistent inability to put on a belt causes me so much trouble. I have to always stop and pull up my pants. Anyway, so a lot of stuff had to be done. A lot of decisions had to be made, and I'm still not sure I made the right ones here. And I will articulate more about the specifics of why after these important messages. Important message number one. There was something else I was going to do before I dealt with the rest of the thing up there. I think it might have just been to explain to you what I had done, but it could have been something else. Number two. Dame pinanchiganda. Time to smoke a cigarette. They say in the Oriental land of Korea. Home of kimchi and a city named Seoul. So, now you're probably very curious about what happened up there on the road while I was gone. And who can blame you? Because we were in the middle of an extremely exciting TE story about how best to accomplish dealing with the trash. As always, when you get a TE story, you've got a problem. It's defined by its specifics. And because it's defined by its specifics, there is no best answer. You can determine definitely the best answer because over here you sacrifice a little bit of meow, but you get a little bit more meow. Or this way, you sacrifice a little bit of meow, you get more meow, you know? How much of making decisions about what to prioritize and how much impact it's going to have on what you're doing and how long it's going to take you. What could be more TE than that? Nothing. It's the most TE thing ever. And accordingly, not my favorite thing. So now I'll spend some time explaining what it was because I was a little more okay with explaining than I am with figuring it out. So I've got 4 trash cans. One of these trash cans he would not take away last time because it was too heavy for him to away. He didn't leave any explanation as to why he didn't take it away, of course, but I'm assuming it's because it's too heavy. So I went up there and I put the heavy stuff into the 4 trash cans, such that the 4 trash cans are vaguely equal in weight. Now that I have lightened each of these trash cans, how much additional weight allowance do I have in each of these trash cans? Because as it turns out, I've got more space in the trash cans now than I have trash to fill the space. But I have trash to fill that extra space. But if I fill that extra space with the trash, will any of these trash cans go over a weight allowance that I'm not sure exactly what it is? I don't think there is any exact thing. It's just like he goes, no, that's too heavy. But I don't want him to say, no, that's too heavy about any of these trash cans. But I prefer to put the trash cans and save myself $20 or something so that I can only have to pay him extra to take away 4 extra things, instead of 5, let's say. But do I run the risk of splitting one of the 5 black bags into these 4 trash cans, potentially overweighting one or more of the trash cans, which then he won't take away again because they're too heavy, and I will have not done anything except screw myself with this idea? Or should I just, even though the trash cans are now like half empty, each of them, they do all have some of the heavy stuff in them. So they're heavy like a full trash can, kind of, a normal full trash can. Should I try to push my limits and get more into each of the trash cans? Or should I bite the bullet and just put the five bags out with a $20 bill on each one of them, so we just take them away? Bite the bullet and do that. The other thing is, I took the lid. Should I leave the lids on as normal, which is what I normally do for some reason? I'm not sure why. Well, if I put them on at night, it's because you don't want animals to get into it. But if I put them on in the morning, I don't know really why I leave the lids on them. I could just leave them without the lids on them, and he doesn't have to deal with the lids, right? This has not occurred to me until today. Of course, today I have these like half empty trash cans and these heavy things. Maybe I shouldn't take the lids down, because now if you think if you're gonna think I'm like mocking him or something, if I have these half empty trash cans and then pay him to take extra bags away. But do you see what a conundrum it is? I don't know what to do about it. I think I should probably just put the lids back on the trash cans, because that's what I normally do, and just not think about it. Have to think about that. Then I guess just put the bags out, and like maybe like fill up the top parts of the other trash cans with like bubble wrap or something, so that they look full, but it'll take them away because they're not too heavy. Do you see how many complications there are in this? It's a challenging one to decide what to do. Regardless, look, I mean, okay, well, let's start with what needs to happen. All the black bags need to go today. And I need to put a little more something light into those trash cans that look so empty but have heavy stuff in them. So I don't know what he's gonna think about that. He might think I'm taunting him or something. He might think I'm trying to like show off how much money I have or something. It's definitely not the case. It's like this is probably the cheapest way for me to get this extra trash taken away. So besides me taking it to the dump myself, I got a Mini Cooper. I'm not taking a bunch of fucking bags of trash to the dump myself. I'm sorry. I'm just not gonna do that. If I can get these 5 bags of trash taken away for $100, it's the best of not a lot of great alternatives, right? So just go up there and do that with the bags. Okay, so decide that right now. Just go up there and do that with the bags. You got the cash out specifically to do that. I know it seems weird or whatever, but just do that again. Probably you don't even need to include a note, right? Like last time I included a note, like, hope you can take this bag, smiley face, because I don't know if the guy's FE or whatever, you know, or if he's FE polar and totally misreads something, or, who knows, right? I don't know what this guy's function tag is, so I have no idea at all how he's going to respond to this thing, or what kinds of possible responses I should be concerned about, you know? Well, just do the thing you already decided. That's what you do first. And then figure out the other thing that you're still undecided about. The thing you've already decided is take the 5 bags up there with your 20s and your binder clips or whatever you're going to attach them with. And go do that. Because he can arrive any minute. It's 7 a.m. almost. Sometimes he gets here early. You never know. So you better just go do that right now, Eric. And stop pussyfooting around like Captain Pussyfoots. Alright. Do I have enough binder clips? Just see, I probably lost all the rest of the binder clips the right side last time I did this. Okay. Well, what am I going to do to replace binder clips if I don't have binder clips? I could use tape. How about that? I could use tape. Tape would not be ideal, but should work. I have tape. I could use this string here, maybe I could like tie it onto the bag. Okay, am I firmly decided that I'm going to put the lids back on the trash cans? Even though it makes more sense for me to leave them off. So I'm thinking from a TE perspective, making his job easier. But because of uncertainties, I should just, I'm just going to go with put the lids back on. Because that's normal. Alright, so 2 matters have been decided. I might as well take the lids back up with me. And 1 black bag right now, and then try to get the other black bags in the next trip. After that, I'll need to get my wallet. It's like even the amount of money to leave on the bag, that's a TE issue too, right? Like I wasn't really thinking about. I was just thinking, okay, like last time, like okay, well, I don't know whether what the going rate for something like this is. I know how much it would cost me to get an extra trash pickup, which is around $100. I got these 4 extra bags. I'll put out 20 nights for them, $80. It's easier than calling and setting that thing up and see if it works. You know. Of course, in the process, is also setting a precedent. The price is $20 a bag. I have 5 bags. That's $100. You know, should I really is it appropriate to pay him $100 to pick up 5 bags? Well, no, but now I've set that precedent. It seemed a simple one-time solution. Last time I did it, cost me $80 one time to get rid of those extra trash. I wasn't thinking, well, what about next time, Eric? You say you really want to set the precedent of $20 for one of these bags for him to pick it up and put it in the thing? But if you lowball him in his perception, is he going to be extra offended and even be less cooperative with your garbage in the future? How do you know any of these things? You don't know. So I just $20 a bag. Well, now I'm thinking, gosh, I should have gotten tens and fives last time and getting 15 a bag. But then what he said, that cheapskate didn't even give me 20 back. He went to the trouble of just giving me 15 back. He might have said that. Who knows, right? Because I've never spoken a word to the guy at all. I've never even seen exactly what he looks like. But, so I'm kind of operating in the dark here. And it makes it difficult to make decisions. The most offendable part of them, I have to get my glasses. I want to see what you guys are saying, but I cannot read things, as I should have learned by now. I cannot read things without my glasses. So I should have them all around my neck all the time. But instead, I unconsciously take them off because I don't like them around my neck. Let me find my glasses over here. That's interesting you're listening to. Okay, so in a rare triumphant combo victory for TE and SI, I remember to put on a belt. This time, when I'm walking down the hill, with my rolling pusher, I won't have to have half of my hands pulling up my pants. Okay. Of course, because, of course, the belt I got, the new belt I bought, it doesn't fit me at all. Unless I punch another new hole in it. So now, here I face the following question. Should I fix this belt problem so it doesn't reoccur again by punching a hole in this? Or say, fuck this belt and go get a better belt, fix the problem quicker that way. But then inevitably encounter the same problem again next time. These are the TE conundrums our world invariably produces for us. And today I'm going to say I'm going to punch a hole in this. Right? See, I shouldn't punch a hole in this right now because I don't have the right tool. I do have the right tool in the house, but I don't have it here. I'm not sure exactly where it is. It could be on the nightstand above my bed. It could be in the living room. Or I could have trouble finding it. With those amount of uncertainties, this is why TE questions are terrible kinds of questions to answer. They don't have a right answer. They just have more or less failure. Like being in a relationship with a BPD person. You only ever get to 0 points. And you rarely get to 0. You're mostly in minus points all the time. There's no ever getting to positive points. That's that TE is. You can just fail more or fail less. I'm not sure which way I'm failing today, but either way, it's the wrong way. As you may you may have noted, I've neglected to add a black bag to this rolling pusher before I pushed it up last time, thereby inviting myself or necessitating for myself an additional trip that theretofore had been unnecessary. Well, these are the consequences of bad TE or bad SI or some combination of the two for me. I'm not quite sure how NITE works. I have trouble conceptualizing that because SI is conscious for me, but NI is not. So I'm sure it works in some way and it makes sense, but I don't understand it really. Okay, so let me go get the black bags. No, they don't prefer to be called African American bags. Because black is their color, not their race. I haven't solved my belt problem, of course. I'm going to go proceed to do this work that requires a belt because I'm an idiot. Okay, let's see. How am I going to solve this belt problem, Eric? At this point, you just go inside and get a different belt, but you don't want to do that for some reason that you don't understand. Okay, well, and you also don't want to go get the right tool for some reason I don't understand. So I would just attempt to use the wrong tool to do the wrong job at the wrong time in typical Eric fashion. As per the dictates of Solutions by Eric. Solutions by Eric when you need a problem solved the wrong way. If you need your problem not solved the wrong way, well, or sometimes occasionally solved surprisingly despite being done the wrong way. Then call solutions by Eric because he's sure to bring a machete to a leather punch fight, as I'm currently doing. Yes, I have a leather punch on the Swiss Army knife that would, I'm sure, punch right through this leather. But as I've already articulated, I'm not sure where that Swiss Army knife is. It could be on the nightstand, it could be in the living room, or I could have trouble finding it. It's that last possibility that makes me say, no, don't go look for the right tool. Maybe this is good enough. Maybe this is good enough as my downfall so many times, but I never learn. I never learn anything. I just keep doing the same stupid things over and over again. Okay, well, maybe this time it'll work though, Eric says. Okay, well, this is still clearly a poor choice. You are not using your time well this morning, Eric. And there's no denying that. This is not what you should be doing right now. This is a low priority task. You should have evaluated it as such. You evaluated it as B to prevent future problems with this belt. But then you proceeded to do it the wrong way, which ensures the time is wasted, no matter even if it does succeed. So you got a lot of explaining to do, Lucy, when you get home. You gotta explain to Ricky what the fuck you're thinking. Okay, let's see if this works yet. I've been punching and punching a hole with it, and it was the wrong tool for quite a while now, so hopefully it's punched through enough for the poker stick to go through it. And hopefully I punched it in the right place. That would be ridiculous if, as I think happened, I made it slightly too big so that it won't actually hold my pants up. And as a bonus surprise, it doesn't punch through. Okay. Okay, catastrophically bad tea. It's time to go inside and find the right tool. Oh, I knew it was going to happen as I'm doing it. Why did I do it anyway? Okay, so, right, of course, I can find every knife I own, except the one I need to find. And instead of being smart and tabling this matter, I decided to use another instance of a wrong tool, although less wrong, with an additional method applied to try to poke through this thing. So, Eric's ill-advised adventure continues because you know what's going to happen. The garbage man's going to drive by as I'm trying to fix this fucking belt. Well, why do you continue doing it, Eric? I don't like this not working. Because, like, at least this is a done once, done forever task. It's not something I have to revisit ever again once I successfully do it. But until I do it, I'm going to revisit it countless times because I'm just going to put it back on the belt shelf, forget that it's the wrong belt, pick it up over and over again. I'm not going to have the right hole in the right place. And I'm going to go cluck, cluck, cluck. Oh, this belt. Well, not today. Not today on my watch, Mr. Belt, because my better wrong tool was good enough. And I successfully poked through this belt. It was, in fact, as I feared. I could not find it, thing I was looking for. And it was as I feared additionally, I was stupid enough to try another way to fix this belt wrong. But I do believe, I I need to make the hole bigger. It'll poke through. Come on. You'll poke through, won't you? Poke through for me. Just be a lamb and just poke on through there. You need to listen to Jim Morrison and poke on through to the other side. There. It did it. It poked on through. Now check this out. I'm currently wearing a belt that fits. And I can resume my task confident that my pants will not fall down. Relatively confident. I should have made it even a little tighter than this, but okay. These are heavy ones. Well, if I can carry two of them at the same time for the rolling thing, he should be able to pick them up and put them in the trash truck. But the fact that these are heavy makes me feel more okay about my plan. I was thinking, shouldn't you just wait and like, once the trash cans are empty, put these in the trash cans? No, Eric, don't do that. You're being silly. That's bad TV also. Just spend the money and get rid of it and solve the problem out. She walked by. I said, "Good morning." I was like trying to tie this thing on this thing. I had no idea she was gonna have any trouble like that. Anyway, I got 3 more bags to get there. We're looking at a 2-bag roll and push, I think. 2-bag per roll and push. So I got 2 more trips to go. Okay. Well, these ones are also both heavy. And this one's quite heavy. So now I'm not feeling any hesitation about this $20 bag thing because now I'm worried about weight limitations again. Yeah, it's something he could pick up, but it's like, that's too heavy. Well, you're more likely to pick it up with a $20 bill. T-E. So, of course, like, here's the other aspect T I was thinking of when I went up there. It should annoy us all. Like, I don't want to tie $20 bills onto the garbage can with string. That's not the right tool for the job, okay? And the right tool for the job is binder clips. I don't think I have enough binder clips left for the right size to do that stuff. But I might. But even if I do, then I definitely won't have any more binder clips. So, good TESI says, and fuck the binder clips. You just get more binder clips every time you go to the store. They're cheap enough. That's not a big deal. Except, that presumes I'm actually going to remember to get more binder clips. Which is unlikely. If I'm being accurate in my assessment of my previous performances anyway, and basing my predictions on those performances. So, then comes the question of, well, how likely am I to need binder clips if it takes me 10 supermarket trips to remember them? Am I going to need them in the interim times? How many times am I going to need them? And regret having meowed them yet, right? Well, these things are unanswerable. So, of course, I like to tie them onto the bags with string, which of course proves at first a woefully inadequate tool for the job until I have to use more TE to figure out, well, if I tie it onto the existing zip ties, then it works well. If I tie it on just this way, it works well. Thanks, TE. There's a skill I'll never use again, right? Except for if I do this again. Which I might have to, but hopefully, this is post-wedding. This is getting rid of the post-wedding trash. So it's understandable we got extra bags. That's totally understandable. This isn't our normal MO to produce that much trash in a week, right? So I shouldn't have to do this again for a while, hopefully. But of course, having had to do it 2 times in relatively recent, succession, I'm led to believe that, this must be a frequent event, but I'm probably wrong about that. These are the horrible kinds of uncertain, vague things you have to vaguely determine, maybe more likely like this, and then make decisions on that. Ugh. Horrible. Okay. And of course, the last bag is also quite heavy. So, okay, fine about it. Fine about the $20 a bag. Hopefully that'll both give me the extra bag and consideration on weight allowance. Normally, I won't have one trash can full of super heavy stuff that I have to disperse, so I won't have this weight problem. But today I do. And did I, in fact, use all the rest of the string and have one more string job to do? The answer is yes, friends. Because, of course, It's okay. I'm going to save the day today with a special surprise play for day. It's fine. I have more string. It's called I have more string. And I can find it. Okay. Now we're going to revisit a passing some issue. So, because I did things the wrong way now, twice at least, my belt still doesn't fit me properly. It's still too loose. It's better than no belt at all, but not much better. So it's like, okay, do I stop now to fix it? So it actually works as a belt so I don't have to hold my pants up a little bit? Or do I just say, well, it's better than holding my pants up a lot? You fucking belt, I'm gonna solve you. I'm gonna tell you how many holes I gotta punch in you, motherfucker. Okay, so I've heated up this poker again. We're gonna poke our way to success. There we go. Oh yeah, that's good. Oh yeah. And I did a better job poking out a bigger hole this time because I learned from my previous mistake. And it goes poked right through. And look at that. Now it fits. Third time's the charm, as they say. I got string. I got $20 bill. I got this bag. I got my rolling pusher. I'm have to complete this horribly long and arduous task. and would appear to be done, although I'm having some questions about one variable here, like I'm having some last minute worries, I guess you'd say. Was I wise to forego the note this time? Maybe he's super FE and he thought like, I'm doing it for the note, not for the money. Or even if he is FE, did I successfully set FE precedent that I'm nice and you can cascade that down into future instances without me including the note? How am I supposed to know that? I don't know that. I have no idea what the right answer is. I mean, how can I possibly know what the right answer to that is? I have to talk to the person. And because of unknown reasons, I definitely don't want to do that. Because then I might have to have an awkward conversation. And God forbid that happen. I'm not sure how that conversation is going to go. I'm uncertain about this whole business here and how he's taking it. I'll err on the side of caution. I don't want to have a conversation with them. I just see if it works. If it doesn't work, I'll try to guess what I did wrong. So, I already have a leading theory if it doesn't work, which is either he wanted the notes with a smiley face on it, or he's just like, okay, dude, this is too much. You got 5 extra bags, they're all heavy. Fuck you. I'm not your whore. It'll be like that. I don't know what his response is gonna be. I have no way of predicting it. Not accurately. I could make a random guess, but that won't do me any good. This is the trouble. The trouble that this problem has associated with it. So much trouble. This is why any is not very compatible with TE. Because instead of getting the right tool to leather punch a belt that I probably shouldn't have been leather punching in the first place, I get the wrong tool, then the wrong tool again, do the job wrong twice by making it too loose first, and finally on my third attempt, punch a hole in the right size in the right place. All of that could have cost me everything. The trash truck could have driven by at any moment while I was wasting time doing that. And I would have failed in my mission. So I got lucky. I got away with this TE blunder, but I don't know why the universe is being so kind to me. I was articulating why it was unwise, at least some reasons why it was unwise, as I was doing it. So, if I can't listen to me, why should I think anybody else is going to listen to me? I mean, honestly, I can't listen to me. I find me completely insufferable. But, I'm guessing that's just my personal subjective bias against myself, and that actually I'm absolutely fantastic in everyone else's eyes. The nice thing about an NE Dom is you're very comfortable with Well, I could be wrong. That's okay. You know, I'm not some sort of certainty fetishist. I recognize that accurate descriptions of things often describe ambiguities. Obviously, accuracy is preferable to certainty if you're wrong. Like, somebody should make a wall of my wonderful quotes. Like that last thing I said. Accuracy is always preferable to certainty when you're wrong. Because accuracy is just conforming to the protocols of accuracy. Certainty is usually, in most people, a premature ejaculation on the face of affirmation, right? Don't prematurely ejaculate on affirmation's face. That's not cool. You should only maturely ejaculate. Well, really on anyone's face. Do it in a mature, dignified fashion. That's the only time it's okay. I hope we're all learning a lot of important lessons today. Note, I went inside, I got my glasses, I brought them outside, and I guess immediately took them off and set them down someplace where I don't know where they are. So once again, I cannot read the phone. Thanks to my old, down, wrong eyes. We just need to... Okay. This design flaw should not have gotten past God's quality control department. People should be getting eyes that last longer than 50 years for things like for reading, Reading is just as important as seeing buffaloes in the field or whatever. It's like, oh, you're good enough, you can see buffaloes in the field. That's not good enough. When I'm 100 years old, I still need to be able to read without having to play with these stupid things on my body and face all the time. I want to issue a complaint. I want to complain. And now I'm going to. First of all, these sandwiches are gross. I don't want to eat them. Secondly, what am I complaining about again? And thirdly, are you the right person to complain to? These are my questions. Well, one of them's not a question. But two of them are questions. Since I don't want to differentiate, I'm just going to say these are my questions. I'm going to revert to my initial statement, but with the caveat, just here before articulating. So, keep that in mind. And remember, if you love America, embrace jury duty. An important part of being a citizen, an active citizen of a citizen democracy. Don't be on a jury. Be a smart person who doesn't let bullshit happen. That's a great, honorable, wonderful thing to do. You get you so many karma points. Everybody should embrace the opportunity to do that. But, Well, all kinds of bullshit makes its way through the courts. It should never end up in a guilty verdict where somebody ends up being guilty because you get a dumbass jury just blindly goes, well, the DA is like, he's like really important, so we know or something like that, you know. But if you're even halfway smart and can tell and smell bullshit, know when justice is not served by convicting somebody, then you owe it to society to serve your time on jury duty and acquit in any instance where injustice would be attained by convicting. Don't worry about anything else. That's your top level obligation, and whatever else they tell you is of secondary obligation by any correct calculation. So you go do your duty and refuse to convict when doing so would produce injustice. Now I remind you, be at least halfway smart because you have to understand what that means. Okay? It's not whatever you feel like calling injustice. It has to meet the criteria for actually proving injustice. It's a punishment either broadly disproportionate to the scope of the wrongdoing, or punishment in an instance of no actual crime against person, property, or state in the real way. Um, no, you should never convict in those instances. If you've got reason to be skeptical the cops aren't telling the truth, you smell it being, I don't trust this guy, then that's good enough reason to discount his testimony. Cops are notoriously unreliable on the scene. So, you know, be wary of people in uniforms or in badges and other garments of authority, you know, because their MO is to rely upon their authority to have what they say be accepted unquestioningly. Be wary of such people because you don't want to walk away from an encounter of some sort, like say serving on a jury, with the sinking feeling that you just got milgrammed. You don't want to realize later you got milgrammed, you know? Getting milgrammed, of course, is letting the Milgram experiment happen to you, where these guys in lab coats who purport to be scientists, and they instruct people to do this sequence of increasingly horrible things that they think are horrible, but it's actually not, but they have every reason to believe it is. And so many people, because these people have lab coats and freaking clipboards, just go, are you sure it's okay? Proceed with the next thing. Okay. Well, the thing is, I might have been one of those people too until I read about the Milgram experiment. And that's the beauty of learning. And it's also the tricky trap of psychology. So, what psychology faces is the reality that they can't replicate their experiments because once people have learned about the Milgram experiment, it won't work anymore. It'll only work on people who've never heard of it before. And even then, knowledge of the Milgram experiment is filtered into consciousness in various ways that might make them, that could only possibly make them less likely to be tricked by it, right? This is the problem psychology has. And this is part of the most glowing, one of the most glowing parts of the sun of defensible typology. Is we've got tests that, at least a few tests that actually aren't subject to that almost universal psychology problem. In other words, even if you know about it, it doesn't impact the results. Even if you try to study it, it only impacts the results marginally. If you test long enough, you'll still get the same correct results. That's unheard of in psychology because humans are open system creatures. We're responsibly adapted to new information. So it's like, when I say that, people should have the following thoughts. I'm skeptical that, in fact, these tests are not gameable. More functionally ungameable if you structure it correctly, etc. That's the correct thing to feel skeptical about if you don't know enough about what I'm doing to have good reason to believe the alternative. You should be skeptical about that. And then the second thing you should think is, if what Eric says is correct, oh my fucking god, this is the first time that's basically ever happened in psychology. It's not linked to traumas that produce unfixable harms. Yes, if you can keep repeating stimuli indefinitely in front of a BPD person, varying the stimuli, etc., they will never adapt as expected to the stimuli because they're missing a part of their hardware that does that. So we always have to make a distinction between trauma-induced psychological questions and everything else. Trauma-induced psychological questions still are subsumed by cognitive functions. It's just that using cognitive functions to subsume that explanation provides no additional information. It just changes the words we use to say the same thing. So it's like I could say, like, traumatic experiences during certain phases of SI, certain time periods when SI is doing certain jobs, they, it's not just learning from your experience, it's during the phase when you're mapping how all of experience will be in the most like machine code level, etc. I could vaguely, I could put it more in cognitive function terms, but it would be adding no information to the explanation. It's meaningful. I'd just be using more specialized terms for no reason. So, you know, it's not that the trauma question invalidates my claim that the metaphrase assumes all of their explanations. It's just that the subsumption there meets the technical criteria for subsumption, but isn't worth talking about because it doesn't provide any additional information. In most instances of this assumption, it's going to provide some additional information by virtue of how it's subsumed, right? But not in this instance. It's like, let's say I were to try to avoid being perceived as somebody who wants to sound smart or wants to be perceived as smart. I don't know how I feel about doing that. It's like, I don't want to be perceived as somebody who wants to be perceived as smart and is therefore speaking as he does accordingly. I think it's an unfair characterization of me. I think it's incorrect at its core, even though it may be true that I want to be seen as smart. That does not explain my continual expression of self in the way that I express myself, right? Which is undeniably not optimized for the user, right? It's optimized for accuracy, not communicability. Of course, that which is most accurate is the only thing that should be communicated. But if if commitment to accuracy precludes you from communicating something, then it all kind of seems like a pointless endeavor at that point. But we can muse more. We like to muse. We're not making any decisions. We're not doing things. We're just considering things. This is the proper order of stuff. Right now, it's great. I completed that horrible job. It's all done. I don't have to do anymore. I've given up any thought of adjusting any further. Just how it is either going to work or it's not going to work. Once it doesn't work, let's just assume it doesn't, so we're prepared for that bad eventuality. Well, then you just have to muse some more about why it didn't work and see if you can figure out some alternate solution to getting rid of this extra trash, or maybe even bite the bullet and drive it to the fucking dump yourself. Well, let's cross that bridge when we reach it, because fingers crossed, all the trash will be taken away today. All 4 cans and all 5 bags. 4 cans we paid for, and the 5 cans I paid for in cash this morning. 5 bags will all be gone. That would be great. And then this whole horrible, atrocious TE affair will be over and done with. But I don't want to assume that, or else when I look up there later, there's like 2 bags left, and I'm going to be like, and the 20s are gone. I'm going to be like, oh God. What did I do wrong? Who knows? Well, that's just how that doesn't happen. Yes, you want to be prepared for that possibility. But let's not fixate on it too much. Let's just operate on a positive assumption and go forward. Probably it'll be all picked up. And if it's not going to be too catastrophic a reality for you to face when you have to face it again. You just have to say, again, I didn't get all the trash taken away? And then you just have to shake your head with a big frown. Why? Raise your hands to the sky. Why? You're not taking it away. And you'll never know the answer. That's the worst part. Well, that's the second worst part. The worst part is genocide. But the second worst part is you'll never know why. I'm glad we've all gotten to share this morning in some expansive exploration of really a good case study of why TE is so horrible. Dear TE, why don't you decide things on stuff that has a single right answer and every other answer be wrong? That way, I don't have to decide if I put enough stuff there and enough stuff there or whatever. Stop having so many variables. Love error. That's my letter to TE this morning. It's exciting at first, because it doesn't usually get that much mail. But then I read the letter, and I realize I am bad. I should be TI instead. And then everybody wins. Except people who need real problems solved in real ways. Who really needs that anyway? We should just have terrible half-ass solutions by Eric. If you get lucky and he does it, that's good enough. Like all the solvency movies. You know what they said in that one movie? Yeah, that song said, a spoonful full of solvency goes a long way. It was by Mary Poppins. And she was singing it in relationship to the fact that just unclogging that one drain unclogged all the drains in her house. And that's really, she said, just a spoonful full of solvency goes a long way. And that's a TE story. And I want you to write down now, take a couple quick notes, write that one down, and share it with your friends and family. Because it's a beautiful, beautiful love story in which I finally admit to TE, okay, I do think you're hot. No, I don't think you're bossy. Yes, I do think you're the right way to evaluate legitimacy. And then TE will be seduced. Once I got it in bed, wow. People die in bed all the time for accidental reasons. You're undetermined. Who knows what happens? Who knows? They could have fallen out of bed. TE sometimes falls out of bed, you know. You could have had sleep apnea. Maybe that is why they died during that. Well, yeah, I was here. Yeah, I was in bed with CE. Look, I know it's not our common sexual orientation, but I'm sorry. I'm functional sexual. Okay, that means discriminate. Yeah, you better not. Also, my cat has AIDS, so that makes everything you do against me discrimination. Pointing out that I'm wrong, arresting me for my crimes, everything. You're too discriminatory. So nothing you say can be true. Because people discriminate bad. What if they're discriminating in their tastes regarding cheese? Then that's discrimination. And discrimination is bad. Okay. Well, what about if you discrimination, you know? Discrimination is bad. Okay, you didn't get my bad joke. Bad jokes are discriminated on. What are they discriminating against? God jokes. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm trying to be an equal opportunity employer. Instead, I was just enabling bad jokes to get a job. Shame on me. Don't employ bad jokes at the laugh bank. That'll give people the wrong amount of laughs, or no laughs at all. Even while recording, they fulfill the $200 withdrawal. Basically, like they're stealing $200 from you. So, that's why you shouldn't let them be tellers at the laugh bank. Them being, of course, bad jokes. So in this unnecessarily extended and poorly constructed, somewhat convoluted metaphor, represents the oppression of the black man, or, or black people, or Chinese people. No matter. What is stop? Will it stop anywhere, or will it start anywhere? Regardless, I think it's Latino X. So, there. Done and done. Wait, what's Latino X? Bad jokes in your metaphor. Wait, that's racist then. No, you're racist. Black jokes aren't supposed to be representative of a race of people. Or what are they? The things you shouldn't hire as tellers the left. Because why? Because discrimination. Therefore, black people, therefore you're racist. Well, can't defeat that language. Nobody can defeat that. I mean, there was this one guy, that was me, and I couldn't defeat it, so nobody can defeat that. That's why I resumed my position here, huddled in shame, around the fire of wrongness. Its few flickers of flame, a meager comfort with the arctic cold of wrongness. In fact, the flames themselves are even colder than the arctic cold they're trying to keep away. Because instead of flames of correctness, they're flames of wrongness. They burn dirty and backwards. Instead of making it warm, they make it cold. Instead of cooking raw food, they make cooked food raw. Instead of causing water to boil, they cause it to get mad at being a tea kettle and run away. These are the problems with fires of wrongness. You can't use them like you use normal fire. If you try to light a bong up with a fire of wrongness, very best case scenario, massive coffin fit. Worst case scenario, instant death. So that's why you should only use the fires of correctness or any fire related text. Would you like to fire your employee? Well, use the fires of correctness. Use the fires of wrongness. Well, you could and probably should get sued. That doesn't mean every time a mistake is made, and somebody has cooked that mistake in the fires of wrongness. Even the fires of correctness cannot guarantee you do a good job of cooking it. But the fires of wrongness will guarantee you do a poor job of cooking it. Once again, humanity finds itself at a disadvantage inherently, right? And being correct only makes you less likely to get burned by the fire of wrongness. Whereas fire of wrongness makes it certain that no good outcomes can be attained with fire. Now, note that one can sometimes get away with encounters with fires of wrongness in non-critical intermediate spots between cities, so to speak, and then encounter a fire of wrongness that's entirely isolated from that instance, and discover that you've gotten away with a fire of wrongness without incurring any harm. So even though you cooked that thing with a fire of wrongness, somehow, due to like the Earth's magnetic field shifting or something, it came out properly cooked. That every once in a while happens, okay? But the thing is, it happens a lot less frequently than the fires of rightness not quite getting it right. So it's still an imbalance. Obviously, correctness requires being correct about everything, which includes ambiguities and certainties and stuff. So, given that being correct necessitates acknowledging a lack of certainty, acknowledging the variables not accounted for may impact our predictions, etc. Well, you're already acknowledging this isn't a good criterion to use, but we don't have any other one you could possibly use there. So, what you have to do what you gotta do, you know? Like I did with the trash cans over there. I didn't want to take those trash cans over there. I didn't want to wrestle with that complicated TV crap. I knew I was unlikely to come with a good solution, and also unlikely to feel as though I knew whether I had done it right. I just already knew that was the case. But, despite that fact, what did I do? I did it anyway. Like a good little error. And now, instead of continuing to do it, I can just sit here and repeatedly muse about the significance of the whole thing. What it means, why it means that, how much that means, whether that's a lot. If it is a lot, what can you convert it into, if anything? And lastly, why would you want to convert it into papaya? Well, everybody asks that last one. That's the first question that people ask. Okay, it's convertible, but into papayas. And why would anyone want to convert anything into papayas? And so, you know, some people really like papayas. And you give them this look like, okay, well, you know, some people get their super dumb big circles in their ears. That doesn't bother me. That's a bad idea. Never make big physical changes to your body and chasing some trend is gonna peter out a couple of years from then, you know, it's like, oh, why did you do that to yourself when you were young and now you're stuck with it forever? It's horrible. Well, people are strange. When you're a stranger, when it's wicked, When it's wicked, when you're unwanted, when you're young, when you're strange. That's a good one song. I know. But you're really going out on a limb there when you say the word good Doors song in immediate succession like that. You're invariably, almost certainly wrong. But you gotta concede that our people are strange. It's a good Doors song. It's got good lyrics. Jim Morrison had some flash of good artist in him, Just that most times he wasn't, and when he wasn't, he was like insufferable. I mean, people may find me insufferable for being full of myself or whatever. But at least I am narrowly construed in my full of myself-ness and correct about it. And, this horrible, self-important, pretentious, long-winded, awful self needs to be thrown off the building of rock and roll history onto the trash side. You throw it onto the other side, it's happy town. It's like parks and flowers and stuff. Throw it on the trash side, fall into a big trash incinerator. It's burned away. So nobody has to be befouled by its awfulness ever again. Such should be the fate of the Doors. And in particular, Jim Morrison. But they're stuck waiting on this appeal ruling because they pointed out that people are strangers to good songs. And that on balance, you have to preserve the one good song at the cost of preserving all the other horrible songs over losing the good song just to have it a little bit more convenient and not accidentally listen to a different Doors song one time. That's it. It's not a landslide, but it's definitely the right choice. You have to, since they have one good song, it's not advisable for us to go back in time and make it such that the Doors didn't exist. Even though their bad stuff is horrible, and compared to almost all of it, and nobody should ever listen to it, well, it's much easier to avoid listening to a bad song than to listen to a good song that no longer exists. And accordingly, because you should be able to successfully avoid listening to any other Doors songs, the preferable choice, believe it or not, is when asked, should we go back in time and make sense that the Doors never existed? The answer is no, unfortunately. Because those fuckers are so awful, they made one good song just so that they wouldn't be sent back in time and made to not exist for everyone's benefit. Similarly with The Who. What in the world were The Who thinking when they made that horrible rock opera about a male Helen Keller who has inexplicable magic ability to play pinball better than anybody else because of the suppleness of his wrist? Who thought, here's a good idea for a musical? It's very much reminiscent of my hilarious idea for a feature film I'm thinking maybe Lionsgate could put it up, called Helen Geller, NBA Point Guard. Except now imagine that I was taking that idea seriously and trying to make a serious, like, heartwarming movie about it. What in the world? The Who, I tell you, the Who you are horrible. That's who you are. You're horrible. You're refuse on the music landscape. But unfortunately, I think even you have one song is good enough to force us to negate the resolution. We should go back in time and make it so that the horrible Who never existed. Now, in contrast, let's look at Jethro Tull. We should all affirm the resolution that Jethro Tull would be time traveled back in time so they never existed. There's nothing but harms come from that horrible, horrible thing. Well, let's look at a band like Fish. We should all be in agreement on this one. Yes, of course, go back in time and make it so that they never existed. For sure on that band. Obviously, there's some pretty super obvious ones like Dave Matthews Band, Bill Walton, but the more interesting ones are kind of the border cases, I guess. Ones who you think they should definitely go, but your fair assessment of things says, now, if we're prioritizing yeah correctly, then we have to say yes. Here's another example of a band you wouldn't expect we should keep, but we have to. Well, I mean, I'll tell you this. Everybody should be thinking the Rolling Stones are definitely safe. And they are. But they're not that much safer than the Who or they are somewhat safer. Like, substantially safer, but people overestimate how much safer the Rolling Stones are than the Who and that other horrible band I was talking about. What are they called? Horrible band number 2? The Doors. Yeah. Well, I guess even reality agrees that maybe we should go back and make them non-existent anyway. That explains why I had trouble remembering their name. And that's the only possible explanation for that. No, really, there are lots of other explanations possible for that, but let's pretend there are. Okay, horrible. I'm getting to be where I'm about ready to just crash out. I mean, it's kind of like Kosak's bedtime stories, you know? I'm not reading these things. I don't have my glasses. Once again, lost them. Do not know where they are again for some fucking stupid reason. And I do not want to go look for them again. After my last getting of them successfully did not result in me wearing them in here somehow. So, it's not like this is the day when I most want to go get more glasses right now. No, I don't want that. I might do it anyway, but unlike the garbage cans, I don't feel like I have to. If I had failed to get the garbage cans done today, that would have been a major bad omen for everything. I've been preaching to myself, never reckless, always responsible, be cautious. It's okay to be a little bit more reckless when you had nothing to lose. Now you have everything to lose, and caution should be your byword, because don't let your own chaos, natural chaos, don't let it, regardless of whatever pressures that are on it to increase in its chaoticness, you have to base that on outcome calculus and nothing else. Just say, look, this is the amount of chaos I'm allowed to have in my life. I don't care how many good reasons I think I have to add a little more than that. I will never add any more than that chaos. That's the appropriate amount and no more. And I have to be very rigorous in enforcing this upon myself. Because, I like to have fun. But I gotta be a control top bra, not a control-less titty flopper. That's not a good bra. When I do anticipate problems like that, in other words, problems with my subjectivity, explaining to myself how I have to avoid instantiating those problems is generally pretty effective at actually avoiding instances of those problems. The problem is, have I anticipated the right problems beforehand? In this case, I think so. I don't feel much in question. Sometimes it's a lot more unclear about that. Like one time, I was I couldn't make eyes at all. That is pretty unclear. I know. Wow. I'm enjoying your myriad contributions to this wonderful conversation I'm having with you about whether and how much it's unclear. And the answer to both questions is, unfortunately, it's unclear. Unclear. It's constantly having people mispronounce his name. Unclear. Phone. The phone tells me, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Well, then be smarter, stupid phone. I wasn't even talking to you. So it's obvious you didn't understand what was going on. You wouldn't have said that. But you didn't even convey any information to me I didn't already know. You don't understand shit. You don't even understand what understanding is. phone lady. You're just an illusion of a phone lady. Really, you're just a partially successful, half-assed algorithm that sometimes does its job right and has its mission directionalities pulled in all these different directions. So it's like, obviously it gets all stretched out, I guess, is what happens. Maybe it's like memory foam. You stretch it out a couple of times, you'll stretch it back. I don't even know what we're talking about, so it's hard to say. It's the problem when you leave your hypothetical thing is just mad, and it's very difficult to say more precise things about it. Or what mad or mad from mad, so there's costs and harms, but also benefits and wonderful adventures. So everything in the world, including pure evil, except for pure evil, that is not allowed to have any kind of good adventure. It just has to be stuck in the flames of hell for all of eternity, as it so richly deserves, right alongside of Bill Walton and Dave Matthews and all the other horrible people that I don't know. Well, thanks for justice. It's so satisfying to know that those people who caused everyone so much pain during their lives, so much suffering, but so little regard for people's human dignity, that they, after some poor fool have been duped to listen to Dave Matthews' horrible music for hours, he then pushed a hard sell on the Constitution. It was a bad idea for any of the people there to go to concert in the first place. And now he's manipulating them into doubling down and making a second commitment to their fanhood of a travesty of a disaster. And what happens? Evil wins. So, that's why it's important that hell punish such people. Because nobody wants to listen to Dave Matthews except people who've been duped into somehow this fog of intuition-free life in which they just believe Dave. My music is good. Yeah, it is, Dave. And my paintings are great too. They're wonderful, Dave. And you love it when I sell my paintings to you. I have my email chain said, all of you wonderful people who endured that horrible nightmare that lasted for hours have been so damaged by the experience, you are now susceptible to any suggestion I get as though it were a hard and firm command. Buy 3 more t-shirts. Alright, we squeezed another $12,000 out of these people. Now, how are we going to reinvest that in small businesses to sell more of my paintings? Making sure that, of course, there's a positive cash flow ultimately. Because once we're done with this, we're going to try to reinvest that into selling these bottled parts. Trust me, my intuition is fantastic. I'm Dave Matthews. I can assure you, these farts smell amazing. They are, these are, I'll just come on, right? These are my three best of my bottled farts. So I will send each of them to you, signed by me, Dave Matthews. Low price of $179.99 each. Dave Matthews, I'm so glad I brought you far. Oh, 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 I guess he's right. It does smell good. Oh, oh. Those are celebration dry heaves. I guess I must be celebrating the good smell so much. Not trying to make vomiting things. They know this because they read it as part of the warning label on Dave Matthews' product. May cause intense vomiting, diarrhea, can instantaneous heart failure, migraine headaches, strokes, paralysis, and death. Unless you have NI somewhere terrible to have it. In which case, don't worry, you won't notice. You just be like, wow, look, everybody's looking, dancing around, so I guess this is good. This is what it looks like when things are good, right? Well, usually when you're evaluating things of an audio nature, it's best to evaluate them on some metric other than how they look. Lori asked me one time, "Where's the video?" And I figured I don't like the video. And obviously, that's the beautiful thing about it. Sometimes the video is fun or whatever, but it's always irrelevant. You know, it tells you nothing at all about whether it's a good song. And this is why everybody should have on their wall Earth dictates of relevancy, which dictates how relevant relevancy is, first of all. Why it's relevant, and why it should be prioritized first in the order of questions. You know, really even before legitimacy is relevancy. Like, when somebody advocates a solution to this crumbling retaining wall, I've got a duck. Okay, well, you said say something, but I don't think that presenting a possible solution for the problem. Maybe you had any ideas about how to get this tree that falls that way, even though it's leaning that way? Well, I still got this duck. And do you have any notions about how to use the duck to make the tree lean that way? Well, I got a duck. And the duck have any notions about this? Well, You know what time it is? Oh, I've got a duck. So, no. Wow. Like I said, I've got a duck. Okay. I'll ask somebody else. Oh, Marvin, what do you think? Isn't this just lovely? I've got a dog. I like this guy. He's, he's taking this approach. I've got an answer. Someday, somebody's going to ask me a question to which that's the right answer. Is anybody out of some kind of living creature that can float on water? I've got a duck. Oh, thank God. Wait, they actually took my duck this time? I wonder what's different about this time. I'm desperately in need of a living creature that can float on water. I'm hard pressed to imagine a situation that desperately requires that. But I'm sure I could come up with one eventually. And obviously, go with easy things like, well, you need a duck in a movie, but yeah, it doesn't really require. You're really stretching the meaning of the word require there. You don't really need a living duck in your pond for making a movie. Just put a fake duck there. Nobody's even gonna notice. I'm sick of these Hollywood directors going over budget with their reckless duck castings. And it's like, you know that most blockbuster movies spend at least $40 million of their budget just on live ducks to use in the movie. And it also tells you how difficult a job they are asked to do because that's how many ducks die attempting to get a shot of just one duck sitting on top of a lake. Because, yes, ducks are living creatures that float on water. But, turns out, they're also an extraordinarily camera shy species. So much so that once they say lights, camera, action, the duck panics, forgets how to float, and drowns. Hence, the current lawsuit by PETA against the Motion Picture Association of America on the grounds that they shouldn't scare so many ducks to death. Anyway, if you only have one answer, I've got a duck is as good as any other answer, I guess. You know, like maybe yes or no would be potentially useful more times, but you know, if you can only say yes, then not be only being able to say I've got a duck is better than only being able to say yes and not being able to say no. I've got a duck cannot be interpreted as consent for something, but yes can and should in certain instances. So that's why my advocacy today is that everybody, when in doubt, default by saying, I've got a duck, anytime you don't know the answer to a question, anytime you don't like the fact that you've been asked a question, anytime you want to sound smart, anytime you want to impress people, in any instance, basically, just if there's any uncertainty in your head about what you should say, just say, I've got it, Zach. I think you'll find your life improves dramatically. I've been on Host Eric's 3 month I've got it, Zach, total health recuperation program now for 6 months. And let me tell you, it is working miracle. I'm getting less wrinkly. I'm finding that my eyesight's getting better. I'm discovering that I can go longer periods of time without drinking any liquids. Hey, I want the liquid that I don't have to go outside for. I think there's some right here. Yes, there are. I don't think it. I know there's some right there. I just saw it. And it is indisputably true that Eric badly needs to drink some liquid because he's suffering from a case of cottonmouth as bad as a cottonmouth viper patrolling the Old West. Ah, okay, well, we accomplished job number 1. So, I just realized something horrible. There's this lady who paid me to type it, right? She paid me like 2 days before the wedding or something. So I didn't get around to it till like 2 days after the wedding. At which point, that's a very slow reply. So I said, sorry for the slow reply. Can you please suggest another time? The time you suggested was already passed, you know. And then, well, she had indicated in her email, if you can't do this one, I'll follow up. So it's like, okay, well, based on what you said, I should just wait for you to follow up. But I feel bad because that slow reply, uncharacteristically slow. So I'm checking to see when she replies, even though she told me she's going to follow up. And as I sort of predicted, but didn't want to operate under the assumption of, in fact, she then slow replied for a couple of days, right? And then I think it was like 2 days ago, Rachel said, oh, she replied. I didn't reply because Corey was here. I was probably just on too many drugs, you know. So now I've got slow reply double down on my part. And I can't even begin to dare to make the argument that she has slow reply because she informed me that she'd follow up. What a terrible disaster. That's a terrible disaster is what that is. I just lose on all of my bets. And I should because I've been irresponsible. I deserve to lose my punishment for being irresponsible. Well, I'm not going to be irresponsible about this next time. I'm going to responsibly lower my intelligence temporarily. It's the only responsible thing to do right now because it sounds to me like I'm trying to show off. I don't want that. I want everybody to perceive me how I want them to perceive me all the time. Like, I want to be like an SFP. I just tell you how to perceive me. I expect you to obey. This is how I am. This is how you perceive me. Okay, but it's inconsistent with my observation. This is how I am. And this is how you perceive me. You sure with it? 100%. Okay. I guess I do perceive you like that then. Your level of certainty has convinced me. That's what I need to hear to be convinced. How certain somebody else is. Not whether or not they are certain for any good reasons at all. That's the key. That's what I'm doing wrong. I'm checking to see if they've got good reason to be certain, rather than determining that they've got good reason because they're certain. I just go the other way around and I'll fit in with everybody else. And that's my dream. Long have I dreamed of successfully conforming. That's my dream. I just want to be accepted by the cool kids tonight. But the cool kids aren't so welcoming, not lenient about me. They say, no, you're not cool, go away. And then I cry, I sob, I weep, I lob an orange over the fence. And I say, oh no, I guess I might be neurodivergent. Oh, what a dumb term. Neurodivergent. I think everybody here knows what it means. Forget it. Well, then you don't want it to mean anything specific. You just want people to grok a general notion that's useless to grok because it's not possible to operationalize definitionally. So you can only possibly be misleading about whatever it's saying. Why do I feel a need to correct everything? I don't know. That's hard to say. It's also not something anybody should really concern themselves with. Why is this guy doing all this useful, important work? Well, who cares? Let him do it. Yeah, but I don't trust his motivations. Well, like, what would be an acceptable motivation and unacceptable? Well, maybe he just wants attention. I mean, he's still doing good and important and useful work. And not trying to charge anybody anything. Yeah, but he might be doing it because, he really just wants to impress people or something. Again, though, He's still doing useful, good, and important work, and not trying to charge people anything for it. So, why is that relevant? Well, because, you might be motivated by who knows what reason. He could be motivated because he thinks it makes him look sexy, and really it doesn't. Okay, again, not at all relevant. Any advocacy one might take about his behavior. But what if he's motivated by his strength? Well, then of course, we have to arrest him immediately. No matter how good, important, and true the work it is. If he's doing it because of this string, I don't like that. Well, because it's not the right reason to do it for. Things are validated by whether you were motivated correctly. Not by whether it was objectively legitimate or objectively efficacious or even subjectively efficacious. No. We should judge things by whether the person was motivated as we think they ought to have been. That is not a good way to judge things. Because that's like maximally subject to cardinal function bias being the determining, like, poop on the cottage cheese, The determining poop on the cottage cheese in this instance is whatever I cast a magical spell to cut my intelligence by 30% or so. That's nice. I don't have to worry about explaining this. I don't even remember what I was trying to explain. So, no, there's no point in this thing. Instead, I can just muse pointlessly about things like, do I really want to go outside and smoke a cigarette? I think I do. Oh no! Horrible phone call. Horrible phone call. What task is getting given to me now? I don't want tasks. Hello? Oh, hey. Is this Liz? Oh, it's Cheryl. You guys, I am streaming, and I'm also super tired. But that's fine. You don't need to hear me whine about it. What's going on? Which lesson? Did I put it on the... No, I am on camera, but they can't hear you. They can only hear my half of the conversation. Do you want me to go stand somewhere further away from the camera? Okay. People on the camera, just chill here for a minute. I gotta get chocolate chow over there. Let me get my cigarettes. I don't just immediately have to turn around and come back and get them. Alright. I will go outside the garage,
Hi, chatters. I thought I might step in for Eric while waiting for him to finish his conversation with Chawa. Hey, Boba Fett. What's good? I can tell you what's good. Johnny is good. My head has been filled with Johnny songs like the past 3 days. So good. I'm so happy that we're seeing him. We're gonna go see him live. I'm excited for that. Hey, Winston's mom. Capio. Oh, yes, baby girl. Capio just came out of the cat door. Hi, baby. You want to go outside? Here. Come. Come. Today's Corey's last day here. Well, you know, not like you know, last ever day, but his last day of this stay. I have like very conflicting feelings about his wife, Liz, because like I like her. I think as an individual, she's a very empathetic person. But you just can't treat people. You just can't treat people with violence. Yeah, he leaves today. He's not really happy. He's leaving. Which like is good, you know. I'm glad that he had a good time, and yeah, it's not the answer. Like, I have like conversations in my head, like about like next time I like talk to her, being like Liz, like, were you abused as a child? Um, because abuse in any form is not acceptable. And what she's doing is bleeding into her children. And that's not good either. She represents what Corey can handle. And it's just not good. It's just not good. Like it's very conflicting because like I said, I like Liz, but I fucking you can't put a hand on a person. You can't lay a hand on another person. You can't verbally abuse them either. Like, if you're in a relationship, you're supposed to like work to be together. I don't know. Whatever. I just can't do that. Like, you can't do that. You can't do that and expect results that you want. The thing is, with borderline personality disorder, there's no emotional regulation. So, so her emotions are going to be extreme. They're not going to be thought out at all, you know. And I think it's showing up in Charlie. The abuse is showing up in Charlie, and not good. It's just not good. Yeah, they can't connect it. It's like it is. I hate you. I love you. Don't leave me. And she's literally said that she loves Corey, but she also hates him, and that's like not good, just not healthy. And when it comes to physical violence, like when it gets abusive physically, like I don't know. I mean, I was with the BPD guy for a few months, and his anger would develop intensely and quickly. And I was like, holy shit, if I do not get out of this relationship, like, this anger that he has towards me is not going to stay just in words. It's going to get violent. And I was fearing for myself. I feared, I really was fearful, and I cut it off. I mean, I told the BPD guy that I hated the relationship that we were in, and he blocked me. It when it comes to abuse, it doesn't matter like the sex, you know. They used to make cases for, oh, you know, the poor woman is stuck in the house all day and she has nothing to do. She's going to go mentally crazy, but you know, I've met Liz several times, and she's, you know, she's charming. She's, as an individual, has qualities that are good in a person, but when you hurt the ones that you love, there's like no trust there. It's like it's not okay. It's just not okay. Like, the behavior cannot be justified. Like, yes, like the abuse that happened when a borderline personality disorder person has is traumatic, and but the only thing is that they have to want to get better themselves. Hey, Mr. Bobby. Hey, Boba Fett. Well, in borderline personality disorder, it's especially shown that there's no emotional regularity. So what I mean by that is that, like, okay, there's this fear of abandonment. And a need to act out. So it's very juvenile, because when the borderline personality develops, it develops when they're a child, and it stops there. So any form of attachment is toxic, pretty much. And they can be caring people. They need love. They do need people to love them, but they can't act the way they act. and justify it. I mean, there's no justification for, yeah, like abuse. And like I said, it's led, it's her actions have bled into the family. So, you know, like Charlie acts out, and he probably, you know, he's drunk when he does it, but which doesn't excuse anything, because there's something going on there, you know. But thanks, Mr. Bobby. What the heck? Why can't I see it? Oh, here we go. Like, I don't know what to, like, I don't know if, it's really scary. Like, really, it can get really scary. Like, I remember when I was with Harris, who has borderline personality disorder. He would get this like you could see the like anger in his eyes, and he would just sling the most hurtful things, like, said to me, like, and I would cry, you know, and I was scared. I was like, oh my God, like, he is going to, if we continue this relationship, he's going to hit me. Because he would get that intense. He couldn't, he was, yep, it's parents' influence. Borderline personality disorder is influenced by the way that the parents raise the children, and it's sad because it can't be just treated with medication, like bipolar, like I have. It's a personality disorder, so they have to literally like go to therapy sessions and work on their cognitive thinking and realize, like, oh, I was abused in the past, and that's why I have all these attachment disorders. But they hardly go for treatment, borderline personality disorder, because they I don't mean to generalize as saying they, but, like, you know, a borderline personality will attach, and then attack. And they because they were taught that the people who were supposed to love them most are abusive, their childlike mind just mimics that back. So it can get really scary. And Kojutsu says, a friend of mine dated a BPD person. She gaslighted him occasionally, got violent, and turned him into a villain among all his friends who have since abandoned him. He's with someone healthier now. That's good. That's good he got out of it. Because it's tough. Like, you know, there's not a lack of love. That's the thing. There's love behind, underneath everything, because they want to be loved, but the attachment is that because they were raised by people who were supposed to love them but didn't show that love, the attachment becomes pretty toxic. It's like, I love you, I hate you. Like I said, I love you, I hate you, don't leave me. And they'll do the most to push a person away first, purposely, you know. And they'll do what they won't leave the person. Well, Harris, I told him that I hated our relationship, and then he just like ghosted me, which was like, I did hate the relationship. It was the worst relationship I've ever been in. I mean, I was constantly criticized. And that's another part of borderline personality disorder. Like, they love you and they'll love bomb you, and they'll tell you how in the beginning they tell you how special you are to them. But then as the relationship progresses, the attachments become stronger, and their child wounds open up, and they act out. It'd be very scary.
It's actually, according to you, it doesn't look good on a GPA. According to me, I'm going to walk back in here now because you have to go like, according to me, it's weaponized, it's weapon ready, right? You know, you make that the subject of your essay. That is the subject of your essay. You know, in college, you assigned me this essay topic. And I'm going to respond by telling a story of how my critique of the teacher's woefully inadequate prompt and this farcical imitation of a discursive engagement called whatever class that was, prompted my spiteful idiot teacher to give me a lower grade because I schooled his ass and he was intimidated by me even though I'm a high school kid. That's what you do with that. You weaponize it. You make that your college admissions essay. And say, are you idiots like this teacher? Well, let's find out.
Yeah, I think
It's true to people who need to be shaken from their consistent stampede of horrible mediocrity. Yes, Jeffrey has all the power he needs to school the fuck out of these people. and they need to be schooled. And if the school he wants to get into is worthy of his attendance, it will recognize his schooling of whatever he's student in the schooling as a good reason to enroll him. If they don't recognize it as such, there's no reason to go to that school. It's obviously run by idiots. Well, I'm not going to disagree with you there, Chowwa. Maybe the whole world is run by idiots. But nothing is accomplished by trying to figure out how idiots want it done and doing it that way. Yeah, don't try to have them do that, is what I'm telling you. It's not harder, you just incur a risk reward relationship that you like less. That's all. Right? It's like you don't like the risk reward relationship of him being honest and asserting the truth about his genius and saying if you're worthy of me being a student there, you will see this and recognize it for what it is and say, yes, I am evaluating correctly on the correct criteria, therefore I'm admitting this person, obviously, because he's obviously a genius. Just remember, pussyfooting around things is not a good way to get anywhere. Just either go hard or go home. You know, it's like do it with conviction, or don't do it at all. That's my advice. Okay, nice chatting with you. Have a good day. All right, cool. I'll make sure I keep an eye out for it. All right, thank you very much. Bye. Okay. She's a wonderful lady. She really is a wonderful lady. I was at 50% capacity there because it was kind of K'd out, you know. Not that much though, so I was just sort of slurring my words, you know. But the gist of it is this. Yes, Jeffrey is not mediocre, as his mom seems to think. He really is a very special genius. But because she's his benefactor type, she just sees how he would have failed if she hadn't stepped in and done this. That's all she sees, right? It's like, how can I explain that to her? She's doing a fantastic job of understanding despite having NI-polar. She, granted, it requires many conversations. But I'm so impressed with Chawal because she's an ESTJ who instead of, yes, she's benefited me plenty, but she's, for some reason, determined that I'm the right person to ask questions like this to, you know? And so, even though I know I'm going to be giving her answers, they're likely going to hit her right on her polar. Like every time she's got a conundrum, the problem is she doesn't want NI to determine anything. And, but nevertheless, somehow, she does a better job than just about anybody else I can think of working T, workarounding their polar. Yeah, right? It's like somehow Chawas figured out without understanding it in full that she lacks intuition that I have, and that I have this ability to communicate that intuition to her because I have the same knowledge function as she does, and continues to plug away at this, even though it keeps hitting her in her blind spot, and continues to make some progress. It's really impressive.
Mm-hmm.
What a wonderful woman she is.
She is.
You know, she's wonderful.
She really is.
And so nice to us. They're so nice to us. I really appreciate that. As I told her, like on the phone, I was like, look, you gotta start thinking about Jeffrey more like you think about me. You excuse my failures all the time, and it doesn't make you question the wisdom of consulting me about things. I have myriad failures. Sometimes you call me, I'm too on drugs to talk to you right now. I have to tell her that because that's what the reality is. And she doesn't waver a centimeter. She just says, okay, I'll call you back later. And it doesn't cause her to question the validity of her judgment about me at all, correctly, which is very strange. You know? What a wonderful woman. After you just convince her that her son is fantastic, she's doing a much better job of trying to understand it than my dad ever did for me as ESTJ ENTP. But it may be just impossible, ultimately, for a benefactor child to really ever really get even the most outstanding instance of their beneficiary type. And Jeffrey is definitely that. Talk about disciplined for an ENTP. His mom sees how he's failed to account for various things, and oh shit, the PayPal says they're stealing $20,000 from me. Shit like that's gonna happen, right? But he's way more disciplined than I ever could be. Is there something you want to talk about? Or something the matter? Did I come in and interrupt what you were saying and just push you out of the way? Yes. I did do that. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. How are you doing?
Good.
Okay. Did you K up?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what's That's why you're not unhappy with me or something. You're just on a 2.5 second delay. Maybe 1.5 second delay. And I get that. I was on a half-second delay with Cheryl on the phone. I'm really having trouble keeping track of what I was saying. But I managed to pull it out. I was just the right amount of keyed up, so I could manage it fine. Well, and fine enough to have the conversation rather than just say, anywho, we've been chatting for a while now, you and I, camera people and me. Except, here's a little secret I'm gonna let you in. Actually, I've just been talking at you because, as I've indicated, I seem to be completely incapable of sustaining a pair of glasses near me. No matter what helpful devices I may add, I do not seem to keep them around my neck. So, I think I'm gonna go look for my glasses. Which is not one of my favorite activities. You might say it's one of my least favorite activities, but I will do it anyway. Well, I'll admit it. I didn't find my glasses. Any of my multiple pairs of glasses. But I did find the stupidness enhancer. So hopefully I'll get stupid enough that I won't care. Like, I know I brought my glasses out here. Maybe they're in this jacket pocket or something. Oh, yes, they are in the ground. It's like, why would they choose to go in my jacket pocket? They know. They know I'm not going to find them in there. I'm not sniffing any coke, okay? I'm not sniffing any coke. Just, that's not true. At all. If I were sniffing coke, it wouldn't be stupidness enhancer. It would be cringe enhancer. And an example of Eric making a bad decision. Another train derailment in Pennsylvania? I wonder if they tried to implement my roads plan with the train rails. You know what? All these railroad tracks would be better if we just put them all in one spot so they're more neatly organized. That would explain. Well, I mean, the thing is, I skimmed through certain parts of it, I guess. But the parts that I addressed, I went line by line. And the thing is, if you go line by line and you hit nothing but bullshit, skip ahead. Go line by line again, hit nothing but bullshit. Skip ahead, go line by line again, hit nothing but bullshit. That's adequate, okay? That's plenty adequate to negate that. once I established that, like, every single thing he says basically is complete bullshit, except for this one sentence here. You just, at that point, you are, everybody is wasting their time reading any of this. But, I don't need to read every word of bullshit to know that there's no point in reading this, just because this pile of bullshit might have a piece of regular shit in it. This is not a reason to go digging through the bullshit pile, you know? They're like, oh, where should we get our crop of corn from? Well, look, I see over here, these are corn plants with corns of cob on them. And they all look healthy and good. I see over here a pile of bullshit with suggestions there may be ears of corn hidden underneath there. Where should I get the corn from? Oh, gosh, well, I won't really be sure that the bullshit pile is not the right choice unless I dig through it in full and entirely distinguish that yes, there were 2 ears of corn in this pile of bullshit. And it was in fact ill-advised to me to get the ears of corn from the pile of bullshit. I just don't think that's good tea, It's an inefficient way to accomplish something. Nobody is well served to survey mountains of bullshit and then know about something. All you gotta know is that you wasted your time surveying mountains of bullshit. Whereas I want to survey mountains of beautiful truth. Because mountains of beautiful truth are a little bit less stinky than mountains of bullshit. And a lot less stinky than whatever that thing was that just came out of my nose. I've been telling you, Rachel, sea creatures have begun reproducing in my sinuses. I was struck by the same problem again. I hate it when this happens. I just gotta go get a trash bag and replace the trash can bag because it's the second time I've gone with a piece of trash. Only to realize, oh no, there's no bag in the trash can. I'll be right back. I don't know if you heard, Rachel, but a pretty substantial triumph occurred this morning. I successfully got all the garbage up and settled on an approach before the garbage truck arrived.
Good.
Fingers crossed that approach will work and our trash will all be taken away. Will it actually work? I don't know. Too many things I don't know to know whether it's going to work. This additional factor of a weight allowance has really thrown a wrench into my TE calculations. Initially I thought, okay, I got this one vector to consider. I got only 4 32-gallon trash cans to fill. That's not a lot of trash can space, especially since we're kind of in this.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Well, that's because I wasn't talking to you, phone lady.
Here's some information.
No, I don't want your information, phone lady. Okay, now. The phone lady, what was she saying about? What was I talking about for the phone lady? Tried to tell me things that I didn't want to hear. Right. Something about the trash, I think. Something about the trash, maybe. I don't remember. The thing is, I am blessedly, fortunately, now properly stupid. So, I don't know. I can't figure it out. It's too hard. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, heaven, heaven, here I am. I don't know. I can't figure it out. It's too hard. It's so wonderful. I can't possibly have any obligation to try to figure out, this dumb. That's the good thing about Greta Jean. That's what I'm going to call my new friend, Greta Jean. Greta Jean is good at making me dumb. I'm not necessarily good at making me the right amount of dumb every time. But I might be pretty good at that. So, Greta Jean, thank you. Well, I don't know. It's too hard. There. Now people will like me. Because I don't know, it's too hard. There. Now people won't hate me so much. What a wonderful, wonderful, like, responsibility relieving thing this is. I don't want to not be dumb. It's such a pain in the ass. Let's, at some point, go to that store and buy some of that lady's soap. It's because she sent a free sample to you. Even if you don't like the free sample, I think you should go buy some of the ladies' stuff. Not right now, obviously. Not anytime in the immediate future. I'm just saying, when we feel like it next week or something, I think we should go and buy some of that stupid goat soap.
Yeah.
That's because I found it so delightful
Yeah.
that that she is so into this soap and really believes in her soap, you know. And also wanted to make sure that my wife got a free sample. So even if her soap is dumb or whatever, I don't know anything about her soap. Is it actually good soap? That's the best soap. Those questions, if you're asking those questions, in my opinion, you have too much of a relationship with soap. But regardless, there are answers to those questions. They're correct or not correct, I'm sure, you know. I don't know what the answers to those questions are. But the point is, we buy a soap for a good reason, because we want to encourage this lady in her soap enthusiasm and reward her for giving Rachel a free sample of soap. It's just a crapshoot. When you go to the store, you get the soap, you bring it home. Maybe she'll actually like the soap a lot. Maybe she won't. But I still think we should buy the soap anyway. It's huge, guys, like bundle where it's like basically $10 a bar of soap, right? But you buy 3, you get it for $30. It's like some tiny little discount that you can buy through. It's her way of saying like, this is the amount of things I want you to buy. Well, you know what, Rachel? I think some point in the next week or so, we should go waste $30 on goat milk soap. Because it wouldn't be a waste. Because it's the correct use of money. I want to reward something I like, and I don't care about the fact that the product itself might not actually be good. Yeah, I don't know at all, you know. How would you know whether it's good? I mean, I could tell if it was obviously bad. Like, let's say I had some dirt on my leg, and I tried to use a bar of soap, and it didn't make any sense, and the dirt didn't come off my leg. Well, I said, okay, this soap doesn't work. But, and then there's the other side of it. Like, if it's, like, full of stinging nettles or something, and it's like, this soap is making me break out in a rash, then obviously that's not good soap. But how do you tell the difference between everything in between? Right? I don't know. I'm not sure how, I guess there may be some like objective calculus you can use to determine whether the soap is better. And there may be a correct answer about it. But I don't know how one would determine
I feel safe because I feel like
that. I have your back, for sure. And I am so grateful to you for feeling safe because of that fact. Because I want you to know that I have your back is the minimum necessarily all the time. That's just if I that's just me barely doing my job is having your back. I need to be more proactively defensive of your interests. Like I let Jeff Shaw annoy you too long last night. I should have stopped him sooner.
I'm like, I don't know.
Like, why am I letting this fucking idiot or bot or stranger or whatever you want to call it make Rachel feel bad? That's horrible. That's not acceptable. I need to be more stout in my just pow-powing anybody who tries to do that because there's nobody who less deserves trolling than Rachel. Yeah, troll the fuck out of me all they want, but hell no. It's like I invite idiots to spew their idiocy at me. It's implicit to the fact that I'm constantly telling them why they're wrong. But just because you're so frustrated at your own stupidity, don't start trying to take it out on her. You need to embrace your stupidity. It's wonderful. It absolves you of responsibility to know and understand things. That's the problem, is like people don't recognize the benefits of being stupid, so they don't accept that they are stupid. There are many, many benefits to being stupid.
Yeah.
You will never be the person that gets that people go to in crunch time. You know? That's a huge benefit right there. It's just that one. It's like almost enough to win the case right there. And if you're stupid, you don't have to care when things don't make sense.
Yeah.
I don't care. It doesn't make any sense. I didn't even notice it. Well, he was stupid to attack Rachel,
Who?
Jeff Shaw. Granted, I'm equivocating on the word stupid there. But
They're amazing people. Like,
And, and frankly, on balance, he's not bright. I mean, if he's even real, I was wondering last night if he was even a real person. Discourse soap. That's a good brand name for a soap.
It is.
Discourse soap.
I like that a lot.
It makes me. It makes you flow your shower. It keeps track of everything you've done in the shower, and then critiques it afterwards. Discourse soap. I like it. I like that though. I think it'd be useful. Let's see. You know, oh, you don't like me imposing TI on your SI? Well, maybe you should stop trying to know things you should determine. Oh, I feel so sick.
What?
Hey, Pepper. Hey, Pepper. I am the vomit lord, a vomit ton ton ten ten ton 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 ski. I am the vomit lord, a vomit ton 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 county. Well. I found this exchange this morning between Shawan and I particularly insightful or informative. Thank you, Arvin. You're a wonderful, wonderful woman.
Thank you.
I wanted to stop you from going into that agreement because I realized you're too K'd out to go do a task for me. It's ridiculous of me to ask you to do that. But I was too K'd out to stop you before you went.
Oh.
So I got my drink. What a wonderful lady you are.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
I think you're a wonderful man.
Well, I'm not sure if you're right about that one, but I'm sure that I'm right about my perception, which is that you're a wonderful lady. That I'm very good at being correct. So
You are.
I'm 100% certain about that. Your proposition that I am also a wonderful man, let's not even try to debate that topic because that's one of those things that can't be known. But the reason it can't be known is because, well, I'm definitely not as wonderful a man as you are, or a wonderful lady. Because I'm Eric, and Eric comes with lots of Eric problems. It's like owning uh, what's it called? A Yugo. It's like, well, the problem here is your engine was made in Yugoslavia, and it periodically does weird things that none of our tools fit on. And you're like, no, my Yugo is wonderful. So, like, well, you're a wonderful lady because apparently you find my Yugo self to be a great car. I'm not sure you're right about that. So. Yeah, I'm a little unusual. They come with some challenges, like, sometimes I do dumb things. Sometimes I make poor decisions. Sometimes my terrible to eat is problematic beyond just annoying me. All of these things are deficits of personality. But here's a thing I have to acknowledge. I seem to have recognized, now I've seen a few instances of it. I want to do this to me, but I don't think other people should do it to themselves. That's not acceptable. Either I think other people should do it to themselves too, or I shouldn't do it to me. I can't have a double standard, but I do because I'm not good at evaluating subjective things. I mean, I'm better than I used to be, but subjective things like, am I actually worthy of love? I don't know. It's hard to say. Well, I'm just saying, with my subjective knowing function, I can know for sure you're a wonderful man. My subjective knowing function isn't so effective at knowing about me and my wonderfulness because I have access to all of my memories.
Yeah. All of them is tough.
And a default to an objective analysis. So, unavoidably, I'm going to correctly conclude from previous things that I'm a shitty person in this way, or was in that instance, and blah, blah, blah. You know?
But at least you hold yourself accountable. Like, I've done shitty things too, and
You haven't done anything shitty to me.
like, when I'm mentally unstable, I say things that.
That's something that happens to you, that's something you do. But there's no productive course in this ridiculous conversation. Like, the correct answer is clearly, Eric, you should love yourself and understand that you're worthy of love and affirm
You
that.
are.
Yeah, correct, I agree. And that's what I should affirm and etc. So let's just go with that.
so much.
I love you so much, my darling.
Aww.
Yeah, neither of us had any problem loving the other. Both of us have a little problem with loving ourselves.
Yeah.
I guess really, like everybody should, right?
Yeah, everybody.
They have access to all the worst, all the dirt. You know, you make the best cases against yourself. You make a better case against yourself than anybody else can. So I don't know. Maybe that's how it should be. Just like everybody should be skeptical about their own words. But it doesn't seem right. So I don't know.
Humble, being humble is.
It's the one half of this conflicting message shit we get from variety of sources, right? Like, it's important to be humble. It's important to tell the truth. It's important to be socially graceful. It's important to be groundbreaking or decisive or disruptive in some fashion. These things, you can't be all of those things. You can only be one at the expense of the others. So, you know, I guess I've gone with it's important to be right. Is that the correct thing to go with? Well, it's the inevitability of, it's inevitably what I'm going to go with. And for some things, we have plenty of good reason to think that that's the correct way to evaluate things. But that's not how people do evaluate things, so I don't know. The only thing I'm still dumb enough is too hard for me to figure it out.
What?
The good thing I'm still dumb enough is it's too hard for me to figure it out.
That is good.
Yeah. That's my goal in life. Just be like, nope, too hard. I'm just gonna enjoy hugging my wife and eating this pot roast.
Wow, the crunch is so good. I don't know if I expressed it enough to Corey.
Alright, well, I don't know if I showed enough to him, but I expressed it a lot while I was eating it on the live stream last night.
That's good.
I think my words may have been something like,
It's delicious. Like,
Georgia, Corey should be a professor at Pot Roast University.
yeah,
That's what I believe I said something very close to that.
it's really good. The flavors.
Hey, I ate this morning, you know? Like, it's excellent right now.
Are you eating
Just straight out of the freaking, like, just
Nice.
put whole pieces on a plate, eat it straight, it's
Oh,
fucking
that's
fantastic.
so nice.
It's like instant breakfast, carnation instant breakfast, except I do love it in an instant. So, just trying to process through what I've learned from this weekend. Like, I understand the correctness of Corey's FE critique. Like, I don't doubt that it's correct that this isn't how he put it, but this is how he should have put it. Like, the way you should have put it is this. Even though you're right, people are gonna get stuck on these FE, basically like deal breakers, you know? And of course, I can't both be correct and not reveal the FE deal breakers.
What are FE deal breakers?
Well, what I'm saying is that cognitive functions are the metaphor, they explain everything. They're the solution to people why they're the solution to the problem of people always hurting each other because of misguided attempts to fix wrongness in the other person. It's actually a cognitive function incompatibility, right? And that this truth, if understood by everybody, would be the most substantial change in humanity since like the printing press or whatever, right? But the problem is, the thing that I understand includes the understanding of why the correct answer can't possibly ever do its job. As articulated before, it's because there's a tiny fraction of people who can understand both everything that I'm saying and why it's all correct, and who can accurately evaluate it, right? And then go, oh, okay, I've done the thorough, accurate evaluation, I've determined that it's correct. There's a very tiny fraction of people who can do that. And of those people, almost none of those fraction of people who can do that want to do that. Because they're busy being ideators of their own. They don't want some grand cosmological problem to have been cracked. They're appropriately operating under the assumption there is no metaphor, because, like me, they never encountered it before. You know, so I was operating under the assumption too. So when you take that into consideration, the people who can understand you don't want to, and have no reason to think they should want to, because they're smart, right?
Now,
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, Corey.
I left you another full one of those. If you wanted to.
Thank you.
Found the black one, right?
Yeah, I have it, I think, in my pocket.
Oh, there's another full one. I'm taking 2 of these. And I'm going to order a couple hundred more, and I'll be sure you Are you okay if I order some here?
Yeah. There's certain things that you want to not necessarily like. Okay?
So that's what signal is used for.
Yeah. So let's have this conversation. I either
I'm
get
saying.
off the street or,
I'm saying.
yeah, just perform this conversation for a while.
Right. I feel like 1,000 will
Now, hey, Corey, we get
Okay. So, I'm getting ready to get out of here.
Oh, you're okay. Well, if you're gonna.
But yeah, I can tell that you enjoy this. I wanted you to really watch this and from that to the room with the rich space.
Of cheesy delight. With the
Feel decent out here.
Greta Jean.
What?
We've been talking a lot about Greta Jean.
Goodbye, Greta G.
Greta
From a
Jean.
young man in the 32nd row, you know you're more than a movie star, more than just my Marilyn Greta Jean. But it seems to me you live your life like a candle in the wind, never knowing who to cling to when the rain's setting. But I would have liked to love you, but I was just a kid. The candle blew out on the floor.
So good.
Oh, Elton. Elton, you're so brilliant.
No, when I'm channeling when I'm channeling Elton John, I've got 9 dildos in my butthole.
Hey, that's Sir Elton John's butthole.
Oh right, yeah, you have to have the slur.
And getting you the story when certain Elton John's hitting 90. He had no less than 9 dildos in his butthole. And the Queen insisted.
Are you gonna leave now? Okay.
Yeah.
So I just end this stream now. This stream is pointless anyway. I've just been carrying on about whatever. So goodbye everybody. I'll talk to you later. I might start streaming after Corey leaves, but I'm gonna see him off. Bye.
So when did you guys get up?
I didn't end up going to bed.
At all?
I couldn't go to sleep. I wasn't tired.